The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only
Carlson?
mode.
Vieira, Maniscalco. Hurtak, Goulds, Miranda, Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking care of some business first, some preliminary stuff, and then we will proceed with the hearings. Mr. Shelby.
Wait, well, let me do this first if I can. Good evening. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Very briefly, this meeting is able to be viewed and listened to on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream. Members of the public may participate here at City Council at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, or virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as communications media technology. Now, pre-registration, if you participate virtually, pre-registration is necessary, and for more information about the ability to participate via CMT, those instructions are available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI, and a reminder, in order to participate via CMT, you must have access to a communications media device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera and a microphone that will enable you to be seen on video and heard by audio. Cell phones and smartphones are not compatible. And with that being said, I would ask that council waive the rules to continue the use of CMT for tonight's hearings.
We have a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Stock, are we going to go through the agenda at this time?
Yes, good evening.
Thank you.
Councilman Citro and Council LaShawn Dock Development Coordination, if I could clear the agenda this evening. Council, we have one request for continuance. It is not on the agenda. That's item number 7. This is file number REZ 22-126. The applicant is Steve Michelini. He is here this evening.
Good evening, council, and I apologize for the late notice on a request. However, we do respectfully request that item 7 be continued to a date in the future to be determined by city staff, and they've advised me that the other agendas are fairly full, so your motion may need to include a waiver of the 180 days, which we would also be requesting.
What date do we have
If I could
next
have,
to it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Shelby.
Thank you. The 180 days from the date of the filing. If I could hear from, if the council could hear from Ms. Dock with regard to available dates.
Yes, Council, LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. For your agendas, the February date is full, which is February 19th. March 9th is full. We had a few continuances from the last hearing to March. The next available date is April 13th.
Is that acceptable to the petitioner?
Yes, I'm here begging the indulgence of council, so yes.
Well, the question is.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That would be April 16th.
13th, I think
April
she said.
13th.
April 13th at 5:01 p.m.
I will entertain a motion for,
Move to continue item number 7.
to April 13th with a 180-day waiver.
Yes, REZ 22-126.
Now, my question is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak to the continuance only on agenda item number 7, file number REZ 22-126? Is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak to continuance only?
Just for the record, council, we've received no comments from anyone regarding the notice.
Okay, did we have anyone online that wanted to speak to that?
No one is
Agenda item
registered.
number 7. Thank you very much. Again, we have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed?
Thank
Motion
you, council.
carries.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock Development Coordination, and we'll continue with the items. Item number 8 is withdrawn by the applicant. If we could remove that from the agenda.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goose, to withdraw file number REZ 22-30. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed?
Thank you. And
Motion
item
passes.
number I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And item number 9, REZ 22106, the applicant has withdrawn this request, so we request to remove it from the agenda.
And how many times have they either continued?
No, they've withdrawn it.
They're withdrawing now?
Yes.
Is this
So we need to
Is
remove
this the
it.
second time we're supposed to hear this?
No, they've withdrawn the application, so this needs to be removed from the agenda.
Thank you very much. I have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Goods, to withdraw file number REZ 22-106. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion passes.
So that clears the agenda this evening, council, and so our first item is item number 1.
May I have a motion to open? So moved. Motion to open all the public hearing by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Anyone giving any evidence this evening, making any comments this evening in this chamber or down on the second floor, would you please rise to be sworn in? Anyone who's giving any testimony.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? You do.
Okay. The first agenda item we will hear is agenda item number 1, file number AB 2-22-09. Ms. Coyle. Unless we are going to hear staff. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Council. Council, this item, AB 2-2209, is here because of a tie vote on December 8th pursuant to Rule 6H of City Council's Rules of Procedure. Now, the motion on the floor is as follows. That council moves to continue said public hearing to March 23rd, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. per the request of the applicant. Again, the motion failed due to lack of a two-thirds vote, with Goods, Miranda, and Carlson voting no, and Councilmember Vieira being absent. And Council Member Vieira, are you prepared to vote tonight?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, yes, I am. I've reviewed all the requisite information, et cetera. I was out last Thursday for the funeral of a childhood friend, and I am prepared to vote.
Thank you, sir. And also, I believe there's an issue of whether this application is at or would be past 180 days as of March 23rd, and I believe Ms. Coyle or Ms. Dock, who would be addressing that issue?
Yes, Council LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination, it would be beyond that 180-day timeframe, and I believe the applicant is willing to wait.
Well, with that being said, and that the motion being on the floor, if we could hear from the applicant with regard to the waiver of the 180 days?
If I may ask
yes.
just one time, how many times is this case can be continued? Ms. Coyle, I think you can answer that. Ms. Dock is looking at
twice.
it.
Originally September to October, 1 month, and then October to last week.
So we'll hear extenuating circumstances, I'm assuming.
Yes, and our
Thank you.
coordination with the neighborhood association. We had a meeting last night as well with them, which went very well. And we're trying to get on their February 23rd meeting for the general meeting.
So are you asking for a continuance at that time, plus the waiver of 180 days, and your circumstances are?
Out of our control, under force majeure or under extenuating circumstance, we do not control the calendars of the neighborhood associations or council's calendar, so we're just trying to time it so that we can attend their meetings and then come back to you in time after we've coordinated with them. And as far as the waiver, I did discuss this with Mr. Shelby earlier in the week, and it's our firm stance that it's not technically a waiver that we're requesting from you. It's an agreement of both parties that the time can extend, and we're in agreement that the time can extend.
Any questions from council members? Councilman Goods.
Was this the case from last week?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Temple Heights with Brian Steele?
Yes, and he got up and said he wanted the continuance, and I can tell you Than and the neighborhood association are here again to also speak to you if you would like to hear from them that they would like the
You're
continuance.
about to continue. Any other comments or questions?
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir, and I'm inclined to support the continuance. I think it's reasonable and whatnot. I know there were some concerns raised on another case that I wasn't here for, so therefore inapplicable to me. But I'm fine with the continuance. It's reasonable, legitimate reasons have been given, and I'm fine for voting yes.
Councilman Miranda.
I'm not debating that at all, but what I want to say is the legal department gives an opinion sometime next week, whether it's the 180 days, so you can continue if you have it within that time, or is it that you bring it any 3 times and you gotta wait 6 months? There's something that was written way back.
Mr. Miranda, if I can, maybe we can take care of that under new business. I have done some research.
Thank you very much, I'll do that.
Thank you.
For doing it under new business, thank you very much.
Move to continue tomorrow.
Not concerning this case.
Have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to the continuance only of agenda item number 1, AB 2-22-09?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I believe that opportunity was at the last meeting to do that. And this was for the purpose of having Mr. Vieira be able to catch up and be able to vote.
I stand corrected. Thank you very much. We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Is there any opposed? Then let's take a roll call vote, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson. I'm sorry. No. Goods,
I'm gonna say yes, but I'm only doing it because they did meet the neighborhood association.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Time, if we can announce it, please, for the purposes of the record. There will be no other...
Thank you very much, Council.
Excuse me. Though, just so we clear, Ms. Coyle, there will be no other notice of that continuance, no posting, no mailing. This is the opportunity for people to know when this item is being continued to, and that, again, is the clerk, per the clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, it's March 23rd, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Coyle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wells, it looks as if you're stepping up to the podium.
Well, with item 1 continued, then we're prepared to move on with item number 2. And I would ask that both the rezoning application and the amendment to the DRI be opened together. It's been noticed that same way on your agenda, all under item number 2.
They are open.
Thank you.
To open all the hearings.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of council, for the record, I'm Kate Wells, Deputy City Attorney, and with me this evening is Ursula Richardson, the Chief Assistant City Attorney for the Litigation Practice Group. This item is before council based upon a special magistrate's report and recommendation from a request for relief filed by Liberty Hospitality Management, LLC, pursuant to Section 70.51 Florida statutes, otherwise known as the Florida Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act. It's been a while since City Council has been presented with a settlement resulting from a 7051 proceeding, so I want to make a few brief comments about the process of tonight's hearing before providing the history of the application and the details of the proposed settlement. Unlike the standard rezoning applications scheduled for your consideration this evening, anytime City Council considers a settlement proposal, your role is legislative and allows council to consider items outside of the city's land development code and the comprehensive plan, including but not limited to the impact and public interest resulting from the proposed settlement. After I conclude my presentation, you will hear from Scott Steady, the special magistrate retained by the city and Liberty. Once Mr. Steady makes his presentation on the mediation process and explains his recommendation, you will hear from city staff, planning commission staff, the applicant, the public, and I recommend that you conclude the hearing once you provide the applicant with an opportunity for rebuttal. And finally, as you consider the testimony and evidence entered into the record of tonight's hearing, please remember that although the special magistrate's report and recommendation is a public record, actions or statements of representatives for the city and for Liberty are evidence of an offer of compromise and inadmissible in any proceeding. I mentioned this in the event City Council is concerned about the possibility of establishing precedent if the special magistrate's recommendation is approved. At your May 12, 2022 meeting, City Council denied the requested amendment to the Harbor Island DRI and to the rezoning from PD to PD, which would have allowed the development of a 150-room, 12-story hotel with a maximum height of 145 feet. City Council denied both applications by a 4-2 vote, and the motion to deny focused on two key areas. First, the failure to establish compatibility with the comprehensive plan. Although the RMU 100 future land use category allowed consideration of the applications, Council found that the proposed use and intensity of development was not compatible with the existing development pattern south of Knights Run Avenue. And also the applicant's failure to comply with Section 27-136 of the Land Development Code, which is entitled "The Purpose of a Site Plan Control District." Council found that the hotel project did not promote or encourage development that was appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Council cited to the incompatibility of the proposed use with the surrounding built environment and the interaction of reasonably anticipated hotel traffic with the existing residential traffic. On June 14th of this year, Liberty filed this request for relief pursuant to 7051, and 2 days later, on June 16th, Liberty filed a petition for writ of certiorari and a complaint for damages pursuant to 42 USC Section 1983, which alleges that Council's decision violated Liberty's constitutional guarantee of equal protection and was a violation of procedural due process. Ms. Richardson is available to answer any questions you may have regarding the litigation, which, by the way, is stayed pending the outcome of tonight's proceeding. Now, turning your attention back to the procedural history of this application. When the request for relief was originally filed with the city, my office provided City Council with a memorandum describing the administrative proceeding under Section 7051. It involves a two-step process, the first of which requires the special magistrate to conduct an informal mediation during which the city and Liberty consider alternative developments responsive to Council's decision on the applications. In this case, the special magistrate conducted a mediation on August 31st at the Tampa Convention Center. During the mediation, Liberty presented a revised site plan intended to address the basis for Council's denial. Comments were received from members of the public as well as city representatives, and at the conclusion of the mediation, the city agreed to present the revised plans to City Council. Tonight's hearing is part of that first step of the administrative process, and it requires City Council to consider the revised site plan as a proposed settlement. If the city rejects the proposed settlement, the second step in the administrative process is triggered, which allows a hearing before the special magistrate to determine whether City Council's action back in May of this year was unreasonable or unfairly burdens the property. The project before you tonight is different from what was denied earlier this year. The previous site plan proposed a 12-story hotel with 150 rooms at a maximum height of 145 feet. The redesigned project reduces the FAR from 3.2 to 2.95. It lowers the height of the hotel from 12 stories to 10 stories at a maximum height of 109 feet and 3 inches. It reduces the number of hotel rooms from 150 to 145. And it requests a waiver to allow reduction in parking from 153 spaces to 116 spaces. There is a discrepancy in the number of spaces in the rezoning staff report from the DRI ordinance. I just want to clarify right now, it's 116 spaces that are being provided, not 115, which was identified elsewhere in some documents. During the mediation, city representatives made it clear to Liberty that the city's willingness to present and support the redesigned project should not be interpreted as evidence of compliance with the code criteria for the requested waiver. This is Liberty's burden and one they must establish during tonight's hearing. In a regular rezoning or quasi-judicial hearing, City Council looks solely to whether the applicant has demonstrated by competent substantial evidence that the project meets the city's land development regulations and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. But because this is a settlement proposal, there are other factors that City Council must take into consideration, including the fact that if the settlement proposal is approved, all pending action and litigation will be dismissed with prejudice, with each party bearing its own attorney's fees and costs. Pursuant to Section 70.51, subsection 21, City Council has three options this evening: approve the special magistrate's recommendation, reject the special magistrate's recommendation, or modify the special magistrate's recommendation. If you approve the recommendation, you then have to go on and implement it. And you implement it by placing the rezoning ordinance on first reading, then placing the ordinance on the DRI amendment on first reading. And then we would have second reading on both ordinances next year. With respect to the ability to modify the special magistrate's recommendation, you can do so only if Liberty is willing to accept the modifications. So unless you have any questions for me or Ms. Richardson, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Steady. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Can I ask you, Ms. Richardson, a question, and you all can cut me off if I shouldn't ask this question, but could you tell me the decision that City Council made last time? I'm not necessarily talking about the litigation, but the decision that City Council made last time did not take away any entitlements. There was a request to change the entitlement, a request to change an entitlement is not an entitlement, correct? And so City Council decided not to give a new entitlement. It didn't take an entitlement away.
So if you don't mind, I think Annie Barnes in her presentation will be able to address that. I'd like to defer, and if she doesn't, I'm happy to come back up to the podium and answer that. I think before we get there, if we can just allow Mr. Steady to make his presentation and then go through the typical hearing process.
If I can, Ms. Wells, if I can inquire of you, would you prefer Mr. Steady to speak first, or can I make my inquiries about the ex parte communications, if any, in this case?
I'll defer to you.
Thank you. Well, let me take this opportunity then just to ask counsel if any of you have had any ex parte communications, specifically any ex parte verbal communications with anybody relating to this case, particularly the quasi-judicial matters, but anything relating to this matter generally, if you would please, at this point, disclose them, the sum and substance of the communication and with whom it occurred. If is there anybody who would wish to disclose?
I received a phone call from a caller. I called it back. It was Mr. Doug Belden. He wanted to talk about this case. I told him I could not talk about this case.
Thank you, and that is Councilman Goods. Thank you, sir. Anybody else then?
Ms. Wells also suggested I mention that that at least I saw news articles that were written about this, so that was in addition to the hundreds of emails we got.
But no verbal communication at this point. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I haven't had any verbal communication, but I've had a lot of people at me on Twitter. So I've screenshotted every at and put it into the quasi box.
Thank you, and that we're going to get to that in just a minute. Thank you for raising that. Anybody else then?
I received the same call Mr. Good did, and they did the same thing.
Thank you, sir.
I
Councilman
received the
Miranda.
same call as Councilman Goods did from Mr. Belden and said, I cannot speak with it. There is also two people in the audience who I had approached me, and I said, no, I cannot speak about it.
Thank you very much, Chair Citro. Yes, Councilman Maniscalco.
Same call that others received from Belden, but this would have been back in May or whatever, and I disclosed it then, but
Okay.
Same thing, can't talk about it, sorry, and that's all.
I feel left out. I didn't get a call from Doug Belden, so I don't know what's going on.
Now,
I'm left out with you.
with regard to the written communications and what we refer to as the quasi box, what those are those the written communications that council members have received that have been made available for public inspection. And with that being said, I would like a motion to receive and file those into the record at this time.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, excuse me. Seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you,
Motion
council.
passes.
Thank you.
Chairman, members
Yes.
of City Council, Scott Steady, Burn Foreman, Suite 3200, 1 Tampa City Center. As Kate said, I was the special magistrate that handled the mediation portion of this process. Just have a few comments, kind of following up on some things Kate said. First of all, the process is created by the state legislature as an alternative to litigation, hopefully to avoid litigation. The city is required to participate once a petition is filed, and staff on your behalf is required to participate in good faith to try to seek some resolution in this matter. In fact, the statute says that there needs to be someone that attends the hearing or the meeting, the mediation, that has the authority to bring back a recommendation to City Council with the proposal that was reached at the mediation, and that's what we're here for today. I think bottom line is that both the staff, your staff, and the developer in good faith tried to make changes to address City Council's concerns in light of the fact that this is under the RMU 100 land use category, the most intense land use category the city has. So I think they made that effort. At the conclusion of the process where there's an alternative plan that's going to be presented to you today, there were a number of people that still had concerns and objections, and I believe they're all here this evening. So they had that right, certainly. But with that understanding, I still think that the plan is worthy of your consideration and approval. And unless you have any questions, I appreciate it.
Councilman Goods.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Magistrate, thank you for your work. You said that the city has to enter into the agreement to mediate, correct, sir?
They have to participate. So in other words, I mean, oftentimes, you know, residents are concerned, why is the city here? Why is staff talking about it? It's because the legislature says they need to be there and participate in the mediation.
And again, were the neighborhood folks able to send letters or be able to talk in reference to what they were looking for to be a part of this process?
Well, okay, so that's always a little bit of a, let me explain. The mediation, so to be clear, because I'm sure a lot of people, and this comes up a lot, the mediation is between the city and the developer. So the majority of the discussion, I'm mediating between those two parties. The people that participate under the statute only get to participate if there's a proposed solution that'll come back to City Council. And I know that frustrates a lot of people. So what happened at this mediation, that happens to other mediations that I'm in, once there's a plan that could be brought back to City Council, then they are allowed to discuss it and voice their concerns. So it's limited under that process.
Thank you for your explanation.
Pardon me?
Thank you for your explanation.
Sure.
Anyone else? Any comments or questions?
All right, thank you.
Will you be staying in this room?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barnes.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I'm going to briefly introduce this case, REZ 2152. This is a request to rezone from PD, REZ 1659, for a bank business professional office to a hotel with ancillary uses for 800 South Harbor Island Boulevard. I'm going to turn it over to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening, Council. Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. As noted, the subject site is on Harbor Island and within the Central Tampa Planning District. The site is also within the coastal high hazard area. Transit service is provided to the stop by the trolley, and that's about 0.4 miles away across the bridge, and the site is within a level A evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site. It is at the corner of South Harbor Island Boulevard and Knights Run Avenue. As you can see, the area is urban in character.
Excuse me, I apologize. IT, can we have the Elmo up and thank you very much.
Perfect. So,
please proceed.
As you can see, the island is urban in character. It is a mixture of mid-rise and low-rise developments, and with a mixture of also of single-family detached and attached units, and multifamily low-rise units. There's also a mixture of commercial uses along Jackson and some of the buildings along Harper Place Drive and Channelside Way. And then just north of the island is the Water Street development and the convention center that you guys are familiar with. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is recognized under the Regional Mixed Use 100 designation, as is the entire island. So the whole island has been planned for high-intensity mixed-use development. That does not mean that every development is mixed use, just that the island has been planned for a mixture of uses. This is the only land designation on Harbor Island, and it has been in place at least since February 25th, 1989 per Planning Commission archives. This is also the highest future land use designation outside of the Central Business District. You can see that dark maroon color up here that represents the Central Business District. Planning Commission staff did find the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The plan does not regulate height, but it does provide a guideline for the and for the Regional Mixed Use 100, that guideline is around 24 stories. Staff found that the proposed 10-story building is consistent with the plan, similar and compatible with the surrounding area and the buildings to the north of the subject site. We also found that the proposed development is furthering the mixed-use policy direction by providing a pedestrian entrance along Knights Run Avenue that connects to the public sidewalk. Additionally, the integrated and screened parking garage also supports many policies in the comprehensive plan, and while the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area, since the proposed PD is commercial and a hotel does not increase the number of residential units, the proposed rezoning is not subject to CM policy 1.2.2. Overall, the proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and is consistent with the underlying future land use designation Regional Mixed Use 100. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Miranda.
I just got to clear my head a little bit. So where this rezoning is at, is there any other buildings of that size on the west side of, south of Night Run, on the west side of the island?
No. I do believe, I'm not
and
sure.
No, right by the Knights Run Road I'm talking about.
Along Knights Run, the only buildings above 10-story directly along Knights Run Avenue.
On the east side there is, I believe.
On the north side of Knights Run Avenue.
I'm talking on the south side.
On the south side? On the south side fronting Knights Run Avenue, there are no buildings over 10-story.
Thank you.
South of Knights Run, there are some buildings that are mid-rises.
Thank you.
Excuse me, then, are there any over 35 foot?
Over 35 foot, I cannot guarantee you the answer to that. I'm not sure the height of the building.
35 foot being a single family dwelling.
These two buildings right here, I would say are over 35 feet.
Thank you.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I'm going to continue, do a brief overview of the project. The current building on site is a one-story building constructed in 1987. The property is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Knights Run Avenue and South Harbor Island Boulevard, which I will show overhead. The property is surrounded by PDA and PD zoning districts on all sides. The properties to the south and east contain a fitness center known as the Harbor Island Athletic Club. The property to the north is a business professional office known as 2 Harbor Place. There's a detention pond located west of the site, shown here. And the site is located, all of Harbor Island is located in the Harbor Island DRI, known as DRI 217. So as Ms. Wells already stated, on May 12th, 2022, City Council denied the initial rezoning application. The initial request was for approval of a hotel with ancillary uses that included 150 rooms, 12 stories in height, with a maximum height of 129 feet and 6 inches. Hotel space occupying 6 stories, garage space occupying 4 stories, lobby, bar, and amenities. The setbacks were as follows: north 4 feet, south 4 feet, east 50 feet, and west 3 feet. A total of 158 parking spaces were required and 160 spaces were provided. In accordance with Section 7051 Florida statutes, a demand for relief was filed. On August 31st, 2022, the city and applicant explored revised terms of development during this mediation. The current site plan provided to you is this alternative site plan for a hotel with ancillary uses with 145 rooms, a 10-story building with a maximum height of 109 feet 3 inches, hotel space occupying 5 stories, a lobby, bar, and amenities, and with reduced setbacks. A total of 153 parking spaces are required and 116 parking spaces are being provided. Just a little brief history. In 1982, Harbor Island was initially approved as a DRI, a Development of Regional Impact, with extensive entitlement approval. Currently, surplus unconstructed development entitlements exist for the Harbor Island DRI. This DRI was implemented over time through a series of applications seeking PDA and PD rezonings. Additionally, this DRI provided, regional plan provided flexibility with respect to the location of buildings and land uses based on design and future market conditions. And I'm just going to go over some pictures of the subject site and surrounding uses. Shown here is the subject site looking north. Again, looking northeast and northwest, as well as south, north again. If approving this application, modifications are required between first and second reading. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Councilman Goods.
Ms. Barnes, the buildings on that island are all what, 10 feet? 10 stories?
10 stories. Well, they're in varying heights. I don't know the specific heights of each building. Historically, in the design standards, through after the DRI process and through PDAs, there were design standards with a maximum build out of 158 feet in height.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Barnes, when was this area made into regional mixed use 100?
I think that's more appropriate for, I believe Sam Thomas with the Planning Commission staff stated it was 1989.
1989? It all became regional mixed use 100.
Let me have Sam Thomas with the Planning Commission.
Let's see here. Oh, sorry, I grabbed the wrong report. Yes, per the archives, 1989 is when it was established, and I do have the original maps if you would like to see them.
Was it the whole island or just, thank you very much.
Yes.
No other questions?
Councilman Miranda.
I just need to know very quickly the numbers of parking spaces required and what is provided again.
So on the alternative site plan, the number of required spaces, 160. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. 153 and 116 are being provided.
Thank you.
Petitioner.
Council, Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. while I'm getting my presentation queued up, I have a couple points of order. The first is that we have a very complicated matter before us that involves 2 development orders and a settlement agreement. I would request that rather than having the full amount of time for 2 development orders, that we be given 25 minutes for our initial presentation and 20 minutes for rebuttal.
Pleasure of council.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Second point of order, I have several binders for you with evidence I'd like to present to you for entry into the record.
And you have one for clerk, our city clerk. Thank you.
Council, these binders have material that for the most part is already in the record. Much of this you saw at the last hearing. Some of the reports have been updated, so I wanted you to have these for your convenience. Council, appreciate your time tonight. As you know, we're here proposing an AC Hotel by Marriott, which is an upscale lifestyle hotel brand. The stakes are high for all of us in this case. And the question I think we should all be asking tonight is, are you comfortable singling out this one property and not applying the rules of the game that have existed for over 35 years on Harbor Island? That's the question that this application presents to you tonight. So your professional staff have recommended approval of this project twice, as has the independent special master. So we're respectfully requesting your approval as well. Mr. Punit Shah, the representative of Liberty, the applicant and landowner, is going to speak for a few moments first. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable councilmen and Councilwoman Hertug. My name is Punit Shah. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Liberty Group. Liberty Group was founded by my father 40 years ago, and we've been in Tampa for 20 years now. And since that time, we've invested in over $1 billion of real estate, both in Tampa and throughout the country, including 60 hotels, as well as significant real estate holdings on Harbor Island itself. You heard earlier about Jackson's and American Social. We're part of the group that owns the entire complex there. My family has lived here for 20 years, and more than half that time has been on Harbor Island. In that time, I've really enjoyed watching the dynamic growth of downtown Tampa and Harbor Island. I remember when I moved to Harbor Island, those 3 21-story towers you just saw in the picture didn't exist, and that was only 10 years ago. So we've been watching incredible growth, all for the betterment of our community. These buildings were built, I think, within the past 10 years, and they're the same zoning as our property, and they're on the same street, Knights Run. So our objective has always been to positively impact our community. We've worked collaboratively with city staff to develop several other beautiful buildings in downtown Tampa, including the Aloft on Kennedy and Meridian, as well as Kennedy and Ashley, and the dual-branded Hilton on Kennedy and Meridian, as well as several Starbucks stores. Those business interests allow us to contribute significantly to our local community and charitable organizations that many of you are part of. In the past few years, we've donated $3 million to Rotary, Junior League, Crisis Center, Metropolitan Ministries, UCF, USF, and Hillsborough Community College. We've owned this property since 2016, and we've waited very patiently for downtown to transform the way that it has. We think that this is the time for Tampa to support a hotel of this caliber. We will invest an additional $40 million into the development. That money will go to local trades, local contractors, and it will generate more than $40 million in tourist development taxes and hundreds of thousands of dollars every year in property taxes, all of which are significantly more than what's at the existing building. This particular hotel is a very personal project for me, and I'm confident it will result in the same positive outcome as all of my other prior projects. Our priority is to ensure that our hotel makes Harbor Island a more desirable place to live and increases property values for the entire island. The first AC hotel opened in Madrid, Spain in 1999, and it's Marriott's boutique lifestyle brand with an emphasis on sustainability, design, and lifestyle, which complements some of the other hotels in our city, like the Epicurean and the Hyatt and the Le Méridien. The AC will support the convention center expansion. You know, we're spending $10 million to renovate that. Amalie Arena, USF Health, Tampa General Hospital, and Water Street. Downtown Tampa is in dire need of hotel rooms. Santiago Carrata illustrated that at his meeting with you in May. We're the #1 market in the entire United States for occupancy. So we desperately need hotel rooms. Most importantly, this hotel will create 50 new full-time jobs. And they're well-paying jobs, a minimum wage of $18 to $20 an hour. We've assembled a team of seasoned local experts that have worked extensively on Harbor Island, as well as projects throughout downtown, so that our hotel is cohesive with its natural surroundings. Our proposed hotel has been found twice by city staff to be compatible and consistent with the neighborhood, and it's not opposed by any of the immediately adjacent neighbors on Harbor Island. In fact, it is supported by virtually every business on Harbor Island and numerous commercial property owners throughout Tampa. And in fact, many North and South Harbor Island residents have sent you emails of support. Our intention continues to be collaborating with the city to develop the most impactful projects possible, just as we've done so many times in the past. For this hotel, we've already reduced the scale twice. We've redesigned our plans 4 times based just on neighborhood and council feedback. I think this demonstrates our commitment to collaboration. Again, with your approval today, it will result in the creation of 50 new well-paying jobs, an immediate $40 million investment in our community, and more than $25 million in exponential increased property taxes that will support our local government, public schools, police department, and park systems. On behalf of me, my family, and this amazing team we've assembled, we respectfully request that you approve our application so that we can support you in building a better Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you, Punit. Jay Kramer again, council. We have an experienced applicant team. They're all here if you have any questions. We assembled this applicant team because all of us have experience working on downtown hotels. Mr. Shaw, as well as our architect, also live on Harbor Island. So a brief timeline as staff described since the denial on May 12th and how we got here. As the city attorney's office described, we did file lawsuits. We also filed a $6.6 million Burt Harris Act request for relief and demand. We've put all of that on hold and spent the last 7 months doing nothing but redesigning the hotel, mediating and working with staff, because at the end of the day, we're all better off if we can come to a resolution of this. We do feel like we were not fairly treated at the last city council meeting, but we're here today to resolve that. So an overview this is a photo of what we're presenting to you today. So 145 room upscale lifestyle hotel with ancillary support uses. It was completely redesigned from the ground up and reduced from 12 levels to 10. We've added wayfinding signage on-site and off-site to ensure primary access from Knights Run. And we're proposing off-site mobility improvements as well to enhance safety and walkability. Now, I know that you're going to hear from the opposition, because I have, that there's nothing new about that concept. But again, this chart highlights the many changes that we've made. We've completely redesigned the site. This is the second time. The first time we redesigned the site was after a community meeting. Again, we started at ground zero, redesigned the site. After we came before you all in May, we listened, we redesigned the site. Since then, we've also added a number of things that weren't considered, that weren't on the table back then in May. We've added bike and motorcycle parking. We've added on-site and off-site wayfinding signage, off-site mobility improvements that I'll discuss, and we've limited private truck delivery. As staff mentioned, the planning context is that outside of your CBD, you're in the most dense comprehensive plan category that this city has. The city has been planning for this since 1989. We're also within the CBD periphery. This is comparable to Channelside. We're also within a mixed-use corridor that requires intensity and density because of our proximity to transit. The DRI was planned with state oversight. What that means is that this DRI and Harbor Island were planned from the beginning as an extension of downtown. There are 2 neighborhoods, however, on Harbor Island. You'll hear about that tonight. There's a north neighborhood that's a vibrant mixed-use community that describes itself as live, work, play. South of the gates, the south neighborhood describes itself as a controlled access environment. South Neighborhood Association defines its existence by the gates that keep the rest of us out of their community and their private spaces. So the north is public space, the south is private gated space. The neighborhood erected those gates to ensure that they were protected from the future growth of the island. What they're asking you to do today, when you hear that Knights Run is the dividing line, they're asking you essentially to extend their private gates to Knights Run. Knights Run has never been important as a planning concept. The site history, this site prior to 1989 was Zone C2, which allowed commercial uses including hotels. In the early 90s, as you'll hear more about later, the gates were moved south from the intersection to their current location. The reason for that was to make sure that these properties could be used commercially. This property, rather. From 1989 to 2004, this property was in the master PDA for Harbor Island, which allows commercial uses, including hotels, up to 158 feet in height. In 2004, the property was essentially downzoned so that the only structure allowed on the property now is an outdated former bank building that was the original sales center on Harbor Island. What this graphic shows is the heights that are allowed today without coming to City Council for approval of other properties on Harbor Island. In green, 158 feet. In red at the top, there's essentially no limit. It's whatever the FAA will accept. That's just on our doorstep. The adjacent properties essentially have no height limit for this particular property. Your professional staff found our May proposal consistent. They've done so again. And we have to remember that compatibility is not in the eye of the beholder. It simply means that land uses can coexist next to each other. And what both your experts and ours have said is that the hotel is compatible. The only appropriate standards for compatibility are those in the surrounding zonings and in the DRI. That's what the city for 35 years has said are the rules of the road on Harbor Island. And except for this one site, they allow the height and use I described otherwise. This graphic illustrates the building's height and mass as appropriate. You'll note that our building is an L shape that orients the lower green portion toward the residential uses to the west. Overall, there are 6 buildings on the island taller than the proposed hotel, and 5 buildings in the 7 to 10 level class, the same as this proposed hotel. So on the north side of the island, you have an existing hotel a block away that's 12 levels, an adjacent office use to the north that's 12 levels, and a residential use that's catty corner that's 21 levels. On the south side, you have an 8-level residential use right in the heart of South Neighborhood. You'll hear that it's 7. However, there's 1 level of parking and 7 levels above that. There are 8 levels. Our architect has reviewed the city plans and is happy to discuss that with you. So taking a closer look behind the gate, you'll see that the 8-level residential structure are very close to the low-density residential single-family homes, only 140 feet away, and even closer to townhomes. We're only adding 2 levels, but we're many times further away from single-family homes. Now again, remembering that the definition of compatibility is when land uses can coexist over time. These uses within the South Neighborhood Association have coexisted for decades next to each other, and they still exist. That is the definition of compatibility. And what I would suggest to you is that the only thing incompatible on the island at this time is restricting this site as the one and only site on the entire island that is only allowed to be built 1 story tall. The only structure. This canyon effect that you see was not planned. This is a historical relic because the 1-story building was the first structure constructed on the island to sell the rest of the land and the homes on the island. What you see to the north is the island building out as has been the plan for over 35 years. Now, council, you all invest a lot of money in the city in tourist infrastructure, transit infrastructure, sidewalks, roads. The way you get the return on those investments is by growing the city. This hotel is closer to the convention center, it's closer to Amalie than many of the existing hotels in downtown. This is as walkable as it gets. If we want to grow as a city and we truly want walkable tourist infrastructure for our guests, for our residents, this is the way to do it. Now, in land use, everything is a give and take. We agreed with staff in discussions after hearing your comments and the public comments to decrease the height of this building from 12 levels to 10. The give and take there is that we need a parking waiver justification to get, we need a parking waiver to get there. We've provided 116 spaces, which equates to a waiver of 24.2%, which is in the range of other hotel waivers that you have approved recently in the past of 18 and 21%. The city code parking standards that we're held to on Harbor Island were developed 32 years ago, and they require us to provide 1 space per room. Council, I know you remember just recently you updated your downtown parking standards. Downtown is 1,200 feet away from our site, and your new standards require 1 space per 8 rooms. So we're being held to this antiquated 3-decade-old standard and being penalized because we're simply 1,200 feet away from that arbitrary boundary line. If we were in downtown, this hotel would be overparked by 100 spaces. Let me give you some examples of this scale. If any of these hotels, the JW, the Hyatt, the Edition, if any of them were to be built on Harbor Island rather than in downtown, this is what type of waiver they would have had to have requested. 81.6%, 40.2%, 72.5%. These standards are not what the market is driving you to. It's not even where your regulatory standards are heading. Now, we have proposed some multimodal improvements. We have provided language to staff and the city attorney's office about what we're proposing, and my understanding is that we don't have any objections. That language is included, I believe, in the back of your binder. But essentially, what we're proposing is that the city recently did a study of the Harbor Island Boulevard corridor. There were a number of improvements that are needed. They were identified in the study. Unfortunately, they're among the many improvements that the city does not have, that are not funded. What we're proposing, if this is approved, is that we would undertake on our own, up to a cap, some of those improvements. And those are enhanced paving markers, basically restriping the intersection, and if approved by mobility, if there's enough right-of-way, to create the bike lanes, going north. You can see those in green on this graphic. The blue on the graphic are wayfinding signs. You'll see we have one. These are not branded. These are wayfinding only to instruct motorists and guests and make sure they understand that the entrance to the hotel is on Knights Run. So there would be 2 off-site and 4 on-site. We also confirmed with staff that during the construction process, we would be able to readdress this site to have a Knights Run address for GPS purposes. With that, I'd like to have Mr. Randy Cohen speak for a moment.
Good evening, Randy Cohen. I have been sworn, 4121 West Cypress Street. Wanted to talk just a little bit about gate operation and what happens there. This DRI was actually done by my mentor, and I took over the DRI in the early to mid 1990s. I've been responsible for all of the DRI work, technically, all of the transportation work on large-scale issues on the island since then. One of the things that I was faced with early on by the developer was changing this project so that the south portion of the island became residential as opposed to office. This was originally approved for millions of square feet of office and hotel. In looking at that and evaluating what would happen with residential south, if you will, one of the things that came back is we needed to move the gates. And that's exactly what we did. If you look, you can actually see up near the intersection some remnants of where the gates used to be. They're now moved to the south, both the west gate and the east gate. That was to make sure there was an adequate distance for queuing of residents coming in and commercial activity going on. If we go to the next slide. There have been some questions about the gate, and I want to make sure everyone understands exactly what we did when we moved this gate back. Long ago, we had all sorts of tie-ups at the intersection of Harbor Island Boulevard and Knights Run. We moved the gates back. If you'll see on the far right, that is an automated gate for residents of the island to drive through an automated process. The center lane is solely for folks that don't have automated credentials to get onto the island, for them to go through a security check. Southbound, there is one lane coming out, and it immediately comes into two lanes that are on Harbor Island Boulevard going back to the north. So we don't have any issues with the gate compared to what we used to have in the early 1990s before we moved it back and changed its automation. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Jake Kramer again. Now, I want to remind you, you saw these back in May. I want to remind you the concept we're proposing. These are graphics from other AC hotels. AC is a brand that encourages differences among its locations to fit in with the community. Now, this graphic is looking southwest toward the port. This is the original proposal. This is what we originally filed. This is what we came to you in May with, and this is what we're proposing today. What you can see here is that we're taking a step-down approach from the 12 levels that are immediately adjacent to our north, to our 10 levels, to the 8 levels structures that are within the gates. And again, this is northeast, looking toward downtown. This is our original design. This is the design that came before you in May. And this is what we're here before you today. As you can see, we're quite a bit shorter than the 12-story building that we're adjacent to. And this is northwest, looking towards Tampa General. This helps you really visualize, I think, the scale and massing of this hotel compared to the 8-level structures that are within the gates. As you can see, the bulk of our building is actually less than those buildings that are behind the gates. And again, we have that step down from 12 to 10 to 8. So, Council, with that, we've worked hard to address the concerns you had in May. That's what we've spent the last 7 months doing. We threw out our plans, we completely redesigned the building, and we've been working with your staff since that time. We've provided a textbook example of good planning in that we have this step down of density and intensity from 12 levels to 10 to 8. We've proposed a hotel that if proposed on any other property on the island, we would not need to come before you to ask for rezoning approval. And it will not have a negative effect, as you've heard from our transportation expert, on the south neighborhood gates, because those have been planned. This has been planned for quite some time. In fact, the gates were actually moved to plan for this type of scenario. All your professional staff, as well as the independent special magistrate, have recommended approval. With that, we ask for your approval. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to reserve any I have left for rebuttal. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Comments, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will be taking public comment. Before everyone jumps up quickly, ladies and gentlemen, when you come up to the podium, I ask you please state your name for the record. Tell us whether you've been sworn in or not. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, there are a lot of people here tonight, and we want to hear everything you have to say. But please, ladies and gentlemen, be mindful of the person who spoke before you. If we could cut down the redundancy and not repeat what the person in front of you said, we will all be happier. Anyone wanting to make a public comment, if we could start a line on my left, your right, and ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah. You better get the easel, you can't see that. Can't see that.
Sir, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dave Smolker. I'm with the Smolker Matthews Law Firm. Our address is 100 South Ashley Drive, Suite 1490, Tampa, Florida, 33602. I'm here on behalf of the South Neighborhood Association, and we are here in strenuous objection to approval of this particular settlement proposal and any zoning applications, notice of proposed change, and parking waiver that's been proposed. The South Neighborhood Association has approximately 800 individuals who own homes within the South Neighborhood Association area. And as a point of order, we have received approximately 25 minutes worth of waivers of time from other individuals. We would request the ability to speak for 25 minutes if possible. And we would...
Mr. Shelby, I do apologize. Can you please take a look at these waivers and ask for the people that have signed these waivers, ask them, when you call out their name, for them to raise their hands so that they will get an additional 1 minute per person. However, we hope that you do not need to take the full time.
Mr. Chairman, we've timed it several times, and we think we can get it in to 20. We'll do our best.
Please let counsel read out the names just to make sure that those people are in chambers.
If I can, I'm sorry, I was just about to step out, and I very briefly, I missed the beginning of the discussion. Mr. Smolker, you have, I have 3 sheets that have been provided to me by Ms. Mandel. Your sheet has 5 names on it. A gentleman by the name of Bill Oliver has 6 names on that, and a gentleman by the name of Tim Powell has 7 names. I just want to be clear on how it is with these speaker waiver forms that you wish to proceed. You want them to be combined together, or just yours in and of itself?
I think it'd probably be best to combine, because I think I can get through mine quicker than 7 minutes.
So then the question is Mr. Oliver or Mr. Powell intend to speak as well? And
Yes.
They will be timed against your total? I'm trying to understand. Forgive me.
No, to the extent I don't use my total time, I'm yielding it to either or both of them, depending.
I would prefer that all 3 do separate timing. We don't have time clocks here.
No.
I would prefer to keep this easy for everyone.
Ms. Mandel,
Please and thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't want to, I just want to be clear, because I'm presented with 3 different sheets with 3 different names. I just want to be clear, for the purposes of the process and the record, how we should proceed. And certainly, I don't know where Mr. Kramer is in this room. There you are. She's right in front of you.
I do have comments, but I'll let them speak.
Let me, I just was, for the record, Julia Mandel with law firm McCray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street. I just wanted to, from a procedural perspective, explain what the intent is here, and it's obviously up to council to decide how they would like to proceed forward. There's 3 principles on the presentation from an expert perspective. And so the options are we can consolidate all that time or divide it up between the 3. That's why it has the 3 different names on it, whatever is easier. But I don't know if it's easier for y'all to just consolidate that into one presentation, which would lead up to 25 minutes, or each one takes their time. It's no matter to us. I just want to make it easy for you.
It would be easiest if this gentleman took all the names and he is the only spokesperson. He's the only one speaking.
Yeah, I don't think we
But
can.
not for everybody, for the names on these lists.
But the problem is that's limited only to 10 minutes, so, you know what, why don't we just do the normal
Let's break it down
one?
into 3, please. Let's break it down into 3.
And that's fine, Mr.
Then what we're
Chairman.
going to do is do it the way it is set forth on each sheet. And Mr. Smolka,
Thank you.
you have 5 names plus your 3 minutes. That would give you a total of 8 minutes. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then if you are present, now supposedly, hopefully all these people are on the first floor. On the third floor, sorry. Barb Smith, thank you. Matt Borfield, thank you. There's Barb Smith and Bob Smith. Okay, thank you. Eldra Solomon, thank you. And Dr. Al Broad, thank you. 5 plus 3 is 8 minutes. Mr. Smolker.
Mr. Kramer, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sir. I don't object to the proposed procedure, except to the extent that we have 3 individuals who have all said they're representing the same association. And I would object if collectively they have more than 25 minutes that we did for our initial presentation. So
I will allot you equal time for your rebuttal.
Thank you.
What's the,
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Dave Smolker, Smolker Matthews Law Firm, on behalf of the South Neighborhood Association. As I said, we strenuously oppose approval of the changes that have been proposed and that are before you today. You know, really the bottom line here is that the changes that they've made are not material to the ultimate issues of incompatibility that you previously found. In other words, the bottom line is a hotel of 10 stories is just as objectionable from a compatibility standpoint to the residents of the South Neighborhood Association as was a 12-story. And, you know, you can prune around the edges, but in the final analysis, this is just not an appropriate use at this particular location. I mean, the existing building is 1 story. We're talking about 10 stories now. That's a factor of 10 just in terms of the height, not to mention the bulk, not to mention the setback issues, not to mention the scale. I mean, all of the issues that relate to compatibility, as our experts will testify, have not materially changed 1 iota from what was previously denied by this board. Now, we're going to present the testimony of Mr. Tim Powell. He's an expert land use planner, and he's going to testify to the gross incompatibility of this particular hotel use at this particular location. We will also present the testimony of Mr. William Oliver, who is a well-recognized traffic expert, and he's going to be testifying to the fact that the type of traffic that is generated by a hotel is radically different than the type of traffic that was previously generated by the existing allowable entitlements for office and bank-type use. And it's not an accurate statement to say that you are restricting this particular property to 1 story. That's simply not factually accurate. The existing land use approvals for this particular parcel allow for a wide array of uses. The key point here is that the original mixed-use entitlement from the future land use plan, and I've dealt with these many times before, are uses that contemplate individual site plan rezonings over a period of years to flesh out the issues of compatibility. In other words, you can't go back 35 years and say, oh, well, we have intense mixed-use entitlements, therefore we should get them today. Well, the area has evolved. There are discrete neighborhoods. there's issues of compatibility that have to be addressed on a site-specific basis. You know, sort of the elephant in the room here is that the Liberty filed a $6.6 million Burt Harris claim. And I think they filed it because they're trying to leverage the situation. I normally represent developers. I've filed my share of these. I know how the game is played. And the bottom line here is that you shouldn't be concerned about that, in my opinion. I've had the opportunity to review the Burt Harris claim, and I don't believe that it's meritorious. I don't think that they can show the basic elements of a Burt Harris claim. I don't think they can show that their use of the existing property is being inordinately burdened by refusal to allow a hotel. Second, I think that the property is currently usable for office purposes. Additionally, the hotel use is really speculative. You've already denied it once, and the practical reality is that there was no prior approval of a hotel on this site. There was an approval of a sales center and then of a bank building. So if you have an expectation as far as what you could do with the property, the expectation was what you could do with it when you bought the property, which was for office use. Now, I think that in the final analysis, we don't think that they can prove up a Burt Harris claim. And so this $6.6 million elephant in the room is exactly that. It's an elephant in the room, but it doesn't have any teeth, in our opinion. Now, the South Neighborhood Association wants you to know that we think that this proposal is grossly incompatible with the residential areas to the south. And we will stand behind our position, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder with this commission and city council to protect the land use integrity of this particular area. So with that, I'd like to have Mr. Tim Powell come up and testify. He'll talk about the land use planning problems with this proposal. Thereafter, we will have Mr. William Oliver step up, and if I'm lucky enough to have any additional time, I'll come up for some closing statements. Otherwise, thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Shelby, were these people on this gentleman's list? No, these people were not on.
No, actually, Mr. Chairman, members of council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Mr. Oliver has his own sheet with 6 names, and Mr. Powell has his own sheet with 7 names. I've added up the 8 minutes for Mr. Smoker, the 9 minutes for Mr. Oliver, the 10 minutes for Mr. Powell. That totals 27 minutes. Mr. Smoker, I believe, had 3 minutes remaining, but normally we don't waive time, cede time to another speaker if you have remaining minutes. So that being the case, gentlemen, you have 2 speaker waiver forms in front of me, and the question is who wishes to speak first? I don't believe we have ever combined speaker waiver forms.
But no, I'm Mr. Powell, and
you would like to go next?
Yeah, and I would like to have the president of TSB Companies, David Wright, share part of my time. I think I get 10 minutes.
Oh, I see. That's true. Okay, I understand what you're saying, sir. So the 2 of you are going to speak under your speaker waiver form?
Yeah, which is, I've been told is 10 minutes, but I can pretty well guarantee it's not going to be 10 minutes.
I have, and you are Mr. Powell.
Yes.
So, Mr. Powell, before you begin, if you are present, please say something if I can't see you with this board in front of me. Beth Rothbard? Here. Brent Anderson? Here. Peter Kelly? Here. Trevor Biswas? Here. I can't make out the name. Is it Estinov? Zirk? Somebody on 328 is the street address. What's the name?
Can you raise your hands, please, when you answer?
Thank you. What is your name?
Eleanor Church-House.
That's what it says. Jolene Farquant, did I say that? Pardon?
Here, 5%.
Oh, close enough. I hope you forgive me. And Michelle Bauer?
Here.
Thank you. That's 7 names at 1 minute apiece, plus the 3 minutes of the speaker. That is 10 minutes total.
And everyone in the back of the line, you do not mind if these gentlemen go before you.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Kramer.
Council, I do have a comment. I need some clarity on whether Mr. Smoker is going to get 3 additional minutes after all of these folks speak. I wanted to make sure that's not how we're moving forward.
My understanding is that, and with a speaker waiver form, we don't have speakers give time, remaining time necessarily to the next speaker. Where's Mr. Smolker?
I am right here, sir.
Oh, Mr. Smolker, do you understand that? Did you complete your presentation?
Well, you know, lawyers never really complete their presentations, but I can tell you that I am good with not coming back up here unless there's some new matter that's raised that's
Okay.
totally outside of the bounds
Well,
of what
just so you know, according to my quick look, you had 3 minutes, some odd seconds remaining of time, but so what you're doing is you're, at this point in time, you're completing your presentation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have one more comment. I feel like we're getting a little far afield of council's procedures and allowing two people to present and combine
Ladies and
waiver
gentlemen,
time. Your
ladies and
procedures do
gentlemen,
not
please.
allow, my understanding,
I'm sorry, excuse me.
my understanding is that your procedures allow people to waive time to a specific individual, and people have waived time for Mr. Powell, not for two people.
And you were objecting then to the two of them speaking together?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is there a way that we can resolve this?
I signed up to speak also.
Do you have a speaker, that you would get 3 minutes, do you have your own speaker waiver form?
No, I signed up to speak separately. I only need, I need 3 minutes.
So you, in other words, by your speaking now, you'd be giving up those 3 minutes?
Yes.
You would be?
That's acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Move forward.
Are we good to go?
Sir.
Okay, for the record, my name is Timothy H. Powell, TSB Companies, Inc., Post Office Box 273-417, Tampa, Florida 33688. I have been sworn in. The three before and after portrayals of the subject property that you see on the easels and their immediate vicinity fairly and accurately depict the existing ground level conditions, both without the proposed hotel and with the proposed hotel, according to the current submitted plan. My land use planning report detailing all city and planning commission planning and land use criteria that this rezoning is to comply with, as well as my CV, was submitted to City Council prior to this hearing. Summarizing my findings with these three following core planning issues. First is Harbor Island's planned development. Harbor Island consists of two existing, distinctly different, physically defined land use communities or districts, both under the same comp plan designation of RMU 100. The Planning Commission has failed to acknowledge the validity of the Southern Residential District by simply justifying their findings of consistent with the comp plan as stated in the May 12, 2022 public hearing, and I'm quoting from the transcript from that hearing. And they said, the whole island is planned for high-intensity mixed-use development. I go on with their statement. The Planning Commission did find that the proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and consistent with the underlying future land use designation. So it began and ended their consistent determination with the fact that the entire island is zoned RMU 100. The City and Planning Commission planners rely on the comp plan's generalized designation of RMU 100, failing to acknowledge how the Harbor Island plan development has evolved since 1987, and that the RMU 100 provides a ceiling density for the residential community south of Knights Run Avenue. So many times over my 50 years of experience, I've been told by the planners, well, that's the ceiling. That's the maximum you can go. Very rarely do you ever get to go to the maximum. But that's how they justified it being consistent. The second issue was Knights Run Avenue. Referring to the before photos, since 1987, Knights Run Avenue was designed and utilized as a physical demarcation of land uses. And I respectfully disagree with Mr. Kramer. It is a significant physical barrier. You have those significant street physical barriers throughout this city, where you have office on one side and you have residential on the other side. So a welcome center was constructed on the subject property, and the residential communities it promoted had limited access, and entryway gates were installed south of Knights Run Avenue. The most important issue is incompatibility. And here I'm going to make sure I emphasize that referring to the ground level before and after photographic portrayals, the Tampa Comp Plan further defines compatibility. And now this is from your city comp plan, okay? You notice that didn't get quoted earlier. And I quote, "Compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Some elements," and this is most important, "some elements affecting compatibility include," and I quote, "height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic, circulation, access, and parking impacts." It refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character, I emphasize the character of existing development, based on basic planning principles, as well as the city's comp plan plan's compatibility definition. And as a court-qualified expert witness in urban planning and land use with over 50 years of experience here in the city of Tampa, I started here in the Planning Commission in 1972. I am stating for the record that the proposed building at this location is not compatible due to, and I'm going to use the same words as in your comp plan definition of compatibility, due to its height, its scale, mass, and bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic circulation, access, and parking impact. And one thing that was failed to mention is he referred to some other multi-story building south of Knights Run Avenue. Tell me which one were commercial land use. See, that's the big difference. All the multi-story buildings south of Knights Run Avenue are residential. This is the first commercial land use, multi-story, in fact, high-rise, south of Knights Run Avenue. That's the big difference. And that's why it's incompatible. I turn over my time to Mr. Wright.
Good evening, David Wright, President of TSP Companies. Address is P.O. Box 273417, Tampa, Florida, 33688. I'm here to tell you that the revised proposal still does not meet the requirements of Division 6 Site Plan Zoning Procedures, Chapter 27, Section 136, Purpose, Items 1, 2, and 6. Item 1 states, "Promote the efficient and sustainable use of land with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts to surrounding impacted neighborhoods." Our opinion is that this rezoning will have an adverse land use and compatibility impact based on its proposed non-residential commercial land use, structural massing, structural height, and commercial transportation generation characteristics. Item 2, allow the integration of different land uses and densities in one development, which encourage compatibility in overall site design and scale, both internal and external to the project site. The applicant's narrative states the hotel is compatible with the surrounding high-rise development pattern. However, all of the applicant's referenced land uses are to the north, east, northwest, and north of Knights Run in their application. The applicant's narrative has defined all of Harbor Island as this community, disregarding the land use differentiation between the residential neighborhood south of Knights Run Avenue and the large-scale high-rise urban development north of Knights Run Avenue. In our opinion, the proposed commercial land use is incompatible with the defined residential community south of Knights Run. And item 6, promote and encourage development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography. The rezoning is not appropriately located, not in character, and not compatible with surrounding existing residential scaled neighborhoods located south of Knights Run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is this gentleman?
Are you Mr. Oliver?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Bill Oliver has 6 names. Please acknowledge your presence. Jennifer Binning.
Here.
Patty Campson.
Here.
James Coppell.
Present.
Thank you. Gary Halbritat. Did I say that correctly? Gary Halbret, looks like UT or AT. Are you present? I don't see that. Gary responding. Rosemary Curtis.
Here.
And Kendall Atrinella. Thank you. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names plus 3 makes 8. Again, last call for Gary Halbretat. Pardon me?
No problem.
Sorry, if I could just go on the record for just 1 second. Again, Julia Mandel, one of the names on your list should not be on the list. It was Catherine.
Dr. Heidi and Dr. Broad and Dr. Solomon yielded their time to me. I intend to speak.
Oh, I apologize. I consolidated them all in order to make it easier, and obviously I failed at that. So if you could remove those names. Can you tell me those names again?
Sure.
Which?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disruptive.
I misunderstood.
To speak. I think my time was yielded to Mr. Smoker. I'm Dr. Heidi. I did intend to speak, and then Dr. Solomon gave me a minute of her time and Dr. Solomon. So I think there was just a little bit of confusion.
Did you complete the form?
I'm sorry, I gave the
Yeah,
form.
but she gave it to me, and I didn't realize she was asking me to submit it for her.
Right,
This
and I
was
had
my
my
Ms.
mistake.
Mandel, can you please straighten this out? And
I mistakenly collected a form that I thought was for these presentations, and apparently she intended for them to be for her own presentation, and I didn't realize that when I collected the form.
Which form are you referring to?
The speaker waiver form.
Well, which speaker waiver
one?
form? Of Mr. Smoker, Mr. Oliver, or Mr. Powell?
I think the error, sir, was made that, oh, am I not allowed, I'm sorry, excuse me, sir.
I
am sorry, Bill.
We'll figure this out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't know she would do this right in the middle of it, you know.
Saving me time.
Then we'll take a minute
Are
off
they
her time.
charging this on your time?
Not yet.
Okay, okay.
Let's
I'm
figure this
sorry.
out quickly.
I did too, I didn't want, all I just wanted to do was. Yeah, okay. However you want to straighten it out. I apologize to you, this wasn't part of the plan, okay?
I know, excuse me. I understand what you're saying. Excuse me, Ms. Mandel, if I can.
Julia Mandel, for the record, let's just go ahead and continue.
This woman, I'm sorry, forgive me, ma'am, but that person to your left, has that person's name been called and checked off?
It has been.
So what that means is she has yielded her time.
Yes, she has, and she understands that now, so we're fine proceeding forward as we had previously determined.
So are we prepared then to give Mr. Oliver 9 minutes now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now that we have that straight out, Ms.
Pardon
Mandel,
me?
Ms. Mandel, would you mind for me,
Oh, it's not mine.
this photo on the easel, can we,
Yes.
please and thank you.
Thank you. Actually, there was no response from Gary Halbretat, so that would be 8 minutes, Mr. Oliver. Thank you. And thank you for clearing that up for the record.
Thank you very much for your patience. Please proceed.
We're good. Very good. My name is Bill Oliver. I'm a registered professional engineer with 44 years of experience both doing and reviewing land development traffic studies and creating traffic development review procedures for local government agencies like you guys are. I've been retained by Harbor Island South Neighborhood Association to review the proposed hotel development. Mr. Powell indicated compatibility is the key issue. He read the city's definition of compatibility, which addresses pedestrian and vehicular, traffic circulation, access, and parking impacts as key issues. The applicant's traffic study merely showed that the adjacent intersection can accommodate the peak hour traffic and has not addressed compatibility issues. Traffic compatibility should be assessed in at least 4 dimensions, including the ones you see here: the quantity, the type, the time of day, the days of the week that traffic is generated. So in terms of the quantity of traffic, my fingers are too dry. The applicant's traffic study and the presentation they made during a prior hearing said that the AM and PM peak hour trips are comparable. Well, Table 4 in his own report indicates that in the AM, the proposed hotel generates 12.6 times the number of trips that the existing office building does. And in the PM, 7.4 times as much. To me, that's not comparable. I think you would agree. Secondly, the types of traffic that are generated. At a hotel, you're dealing with service vehicles, shuttles, Uber, Lyft, taxi, rental cars, staff vehicles, and so forth. In an office building, well, you do require some of those services, but certainly not at the level and frequency of a hotel. And a hotel generates much more pedestrian traffic than an office building would. The hotel would generate more transient traffic that's less familiar than an office. An office would attract the same people day in, day out, and they would become very familiar with the road network. The time of day that traffic is generated. This graph illustrates the trip generating characteristics by indicating the percentage of the daily traffic that occurs in each hour of the day for residential, office, and a business hotel use. In the evening hours, when residential uses are quieting down, the black line is the residential land use, an office is virtually silent. That's the green line. A hotel, on the other hand, is indicated by the red lines. And the hotel generates its highest hourly traffic volumes in the evening. That's not compatible with a neighborhood. The days of the week, it's a similar graph. The residential's the black, the office is green, the hotel's in red. On Saturday and Sunday, an office building is dormant compared to weekday traffic. A business hotel, on the other hand, generates more traffic on a Saturday and a Sunday than on weekdays. Guest traffic comes in for weddings, hockey games, holidays, conventions that you don't see at an office building. In addition, a waiver to the parking requirement is being sought that facilitates the reduction in building height. I've reviewed the technical justification statement provided by the applicant and the cited support information. The statement contains a lot of rhetoric, but no technical justification that's required by your codes. There was no quantitative data that would support a 25% reduction in parking. One of the articles that the applicant cites includes this concluding statement, which says a lot of words, but it outlines 11 different issues that should be considered when looking at a parking reduction. This is a lot of words that basically says, don't use this article to support any particular parking variance request. The applicant has not provided any local technical support addressing the 11 issues that this article cites that would justify to what extent parking could be waived. The ITE parking rate that they reference in their justification would represent an average observed parking rate of parking spaces per room and is not design guidance to accommodate peak demands. I would also note that any public parking garages which support other hotels and there's commitments there, that might help to accommodate a peak parking overload are fairly distant from this hotel for guests with luggage. Finally, access to the site provides a challenge. Transient hotel guests won't be as familiar with the roads as those who would regularly drive to an office building. Those arriving from the east will have to make a U-turn at a four-way stop intersection where the two crossing roads are both four-lane roads. This is an unusual condition. You just don't encounter a four-way stop at the intersection of two four-lane roads very often. Roadway safety is based on consistency and predictability of environment. And an unusual road configuration for unfamiliar drivers contributes to potential confusion, which detracts from safety. So, on the 4 dimensions of compatibility, this hotel fails. There's no technical justification for a 25% reduction in the parking supply and a less safe traffic patterns created. This hotel will bring these traffic issues to the doorstep of the South Neighborhood Association. And that concludes my presentation.
May I ask you a question? The last, I believe it was the last aerial view you had up there with the yellow lines. The bottom yellow line, I see that it's going southbound to an entrance on the proposed site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If that were cut out, if that were stopped, that entrance on the south side, would that make any difference?
It would put more people into the left turn obviously, into this left turn here,
Yes, sir.
because you couldn't come out there. And actually, you would prevent traffic from exiting. It would provide some degree of separation. It would probably create difficulties for the hotel's circulation.
And using that northbound as an exit only, that would be cutting out any traffic coming southbound into the hotel. Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure I followed that, but you've answered your question.
Thank you. We'll put it back up for you.
Well, I just need to show this once, so I can perhaps hold it. Does it have to be all the way up there? I can't point to it. Okay. Do I get this extra minute 48, or are you going to start me at 3? Good evening. My name is Vernon Ellinger. I have been sworn. And for disclosure, I am a Harbor Island resident and a member of 2 HOA boards. It's really unfortunate that we're back in front of you. I think if the applicant truly built a boutique hotel, which is 50 rooms, there probably wouldn't be anybody here tonight. But we are here. Council made the correct decision in balancing the rights of the developer and the rest of the city last time. You got it right. There's no reason to change. There's very little change. There's some tweaking, but it's still not at all compatible with Harbor Island as a whole. It's really time to draw the line again at Knights Run Road. And I would expect, based on expert testimony and residential testimony, that this time we can hope to see a unanimous vote against. The developer filed a suit against the city and alleges that city council was swayed by negative opinion denying the rezoning rather than considering competent evidence. But I'm told in reality, the actual development is quite different from the original plan, and that this hotel still doesn't fit that change, that plan as implemented, and that there's a doctrine called change conditions doctrine that gives the city council the absolute right to recognize this reality and deny this request. And another point, in mediation, it was pointed out that there's no way for eastbound hotel traffic to turn left into the hotel, forcing a U-turn. That was just described, and I would point out to you here, look where that U-turn would be, right out in the middle of that intersection. And that's truly unacceptable. And right now, we're almost a face-off for the Lightning. Imagine how much traffic has just gone through the intersection by the convention center. Every car that has a GPS is going to be directed around that to the east gate. If they were going to this hotel, they would go to the east gate, and they would have to do that U-turn. And that's just not acceptable. At the mediation, the developer said, well, that's not our problem. I do agree with the developer. It's not his problem. It's your problem and my problem and all of our problem. And we just can't allow that dangerous activity through that intersection. You know, I saw the plaintiff cited in their filing, or the legal brief, he cites and even quotes members of the public in support of the filing. I have disclosed my connections to the HOAs. In reality, the people who were speaking were known or suspected to have direct financial ties to the developer. So any public comments in favor should be discounted unless they say they have no ties to the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to take your photo back?
So unless you'd like to keep looking, I'll take it.
Hello, City Council. My name is Charlie Tobin, and I have been sworn in.
I've lived on Abbey's Way my entire life, and this is the second time I will be speaking against the Liberty Group and the project Mr. Punit Shah has proposed. I wanted to begin by saying that I am a millennial, and it is quite concerning how this was denied at the beginning, and since there is a large enough sum of money involved and a lawsuit, that we're back here. I'm beginning to wonder, since this has already happened once again and we are back here, how many more times we will have to be back here until the Liberty Group gets their way. If this does not get approved, I can assure you that the people who get denied will not take no for an answer and utilize monetary amount again. I can say for certain that the majority of residences on Harbor Island are against this building of this hotel, and anytime there is a city council meeting regarding this hotel, we will be here until this project is shut down for good. It is dangerous for the safety of the people who live on Harbor Island, and it will completely impact and slow an already slow traffic pattern in the heart of Harbor Island. City Council, I urge you to shut down this project once again, and how many other times they might come at you with another angle or remove another 5 hotel rooms. That is a measly amount. The number of rooms previously was 150. Now it's being proposed to 145. I guarantee if this gets denied once again, they'll come at you with 140, and so on and so on. I also wanted to apologize for us having to be here again because it should have been shut down the first time for good, and Liberty Group should accept no as an answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jessica Schwarzkopf. I was sworn in. I'm at Harbor Walk Road on Harbor Island, and I'm also representing my mom, Brenda Schwarzkopf. She's on Anchorage Road on Harbor Island, and so I'm speaking on both of our behalves as residents. I was here previously and spoke about my concerns, our concerns really about emergency vehicles getting through. We already have a lot of traffic going on. It's pretty crazy down there, especially when there's games, conventions, all sorts of things, and all of those happening at one time. So we've been very concerned about emergency vehicles being able to access, the time that it would take. We did move to Harbor Island for the close proximity to Tampa General Hospital for my parents, as well as the security there. So that's a big concern of ours, and I have spoken to other people who are the emergency responders for our area, and they said that they have requested resources, more resources to take care of the area down there with the tremendous growth that's been going on. So just wanted to talk about that, and then also, you know, we felt like the people in Harbor Island were elated after the last decision was made. We felt like we had been heard. We were really excited. And thought, okay, that's another thing we don't have to worry about. We could take off our plates. And then it was like a punch in the gut when we found out that we were going to have to come back up here again and do this. But, you know, my mom mentioned something the other day, and we were driving over the bridge. We were coming back from Bayshore and fighting all the traffic. And you come up over the bridge, and there's people crossing, and scooters and bicycles. I mean, it's chaotic at times. It's very exciting, but it's chaotic. Then you come up to Jackson's, and there's traffic going in and out of there. People don't know where they're going. But you pass Jackson's, and you come to the stop sign at Knight's Run. And it's like, we're in our neighborhood again. Like, here we are. You can see the neighborhood in front of us. You know, the gates are right there. Yes, they're not right on Knight's Run, but it was already mentioned that they're not there because otherwise the traffic going through Security Gate would run into Knight's Run and in the road. So that is our community. That's our neighborhood. From that point on, you look, you see the athletic club. There's 2 marquees, one on each side, that say, welcome to Harbor Island. This is Harbor Island. You're in the community of Harbor Island now. And to have some big extended stay hotel, my mom was like, I can't even imagine something like that being here at this spot. It's so out of place. And, you know, and I said, I feel the same way. I feel the same way when I come over that bridge, entering our neighborhood. It's a relief when we get to the other side there to think that then now we'll have to deal with all the other chaoticness that would happen with construction, first of all, and then moving forward with the actual hotel. It's very disconcerting. So that's why I wanted to speak tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trevor Biswas. I live on Harbor Island, and I have been sworn in. So we've heard it all before. Traffic issues. Liberty Group's owners leaving Harbor Island and doesn't have to deal with said traffic issues or the construction. It's not a true boutique hotel. The developer knew the land was zoned for when he bought it originally. There are multiple brand-new hotels in downtown like the Edison or JW, or that are being built like the Pendry, which is literally next to the convention center, or that they have empty lots all over downtown that are just begging for development. You can put God knows how many hotels, and once again, it's 5 steps from Amelie, 5 steps from the convention center. Or even that no one has mentioned Airbnbs as an option to anything. God knows how many of those are. I don't know if we get taxes for it, different story. Let's talk about something that hasn't been talked about. Orlando has Disney, or Lake Eola. St. Pete has the Sunshine Skyway. What do we have? We've got some great things here, like the minarets on top of University of Tampa, right? Sykes Building. We got a lot of river walks all over the country, armature work. They have that in other parts of the country. We have Harbor Island. It's what makes our boat parades world famous and our Gasparilla parades amazing. It brings tourists into Tampa, and it is our skyline. It is becoming our identity. Tampa is not what it was when I moved here almost 20 years ago. It's become amazing. I left Seattle, and if you want to have a boat parade around a bunch of buildings, that's Manhattan, that's Seattle, that's not Tampa. So I'm almost done, just one last thing. The developer, we've heard of a developer in the past. They don't always have the city's best interests in their hearts. Sparkman Wharf could have been prevented had a certain developer won their lawsuit a couple of years ago. So God knows what that would have done to the city. It would have taken away something that's great and helping our city as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sam Hallenbeck, 1105 Abbeys Way. I have been sworn and I'm a resident of 23 years. Now, Liberty has said that Harbor Island is of comparable density and intensity to Channelside, and quote, that's the plan whether we like it or not. That's the plan we're stuck with. This is what City Council approved many, many years ago. And despite what City Council may have approved decades ago when Harbor Island was still a dredge flat, it is what it is in 2022, a wholly unique suburban oasis that's located within walking distance of a downtown corridor. The line of demarcation that forms the belly of this argument is the median that sits in the middle of Knights Run Avenue. North of that is concrete and steel and everything that goes with it. South of that is an oasis of trees, green spaces, and crime-free zones. Over there is the city, here is suburbia. It works great as is. The lot in question is south of that median. Why on earth would we ever want this hotel on our suburban doorstep? The residents will inherit absolutely zero upside, just a giant party package of inconvenience, noise, light, stench, construction, and traffic. It's too much on too small a lot, it's out of place, and aesthetically it doesn't fit. It's like standing a cruise ship vertically on a single-family home lot. They've got plenty of money, there's plenty of space downtown. Put the thing somewhere else, just not on our doorstep. Harbor Island is not downtown, and it's not Channelside. No more than Davis Island, no more than Hyde Park. It's a residential neighborhood, and a beautiful one at that. Liberty also argued that high and low rises coexist beautifully on Bayshore Boulevard, but big difference. The people in those high rises are permanent residents in top dollar condominiums. The people we're talking about here are transient travelers in a low budget hotel. They won't care about our neighborhood, and they never will. Bayshore wouldn't want this, nor would Davis. If this ruling goes Liberty's way, it'll be something that cannot be undone. It'll be a glowing example of throwing the wishes of thousands of tax-paying residents under the truck for what amounts to be nothing more than one small company and one man's 12-story cash machine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been sworn in. My name is Lauren Tobin, and I am currently the president of Saint-Tropez HOA, a neighborhood on Harbor Island. I've lived on the island since 1994, 30 years. My son is with me here today, 24-year-old Charlie Tobin, who you heard from before. We both spoke at the last hearing. Here is what we don't understand. There was a hearing. Both sides were heard. A decision was made by the City Council, and because Mr. Shaw and the Liberty Group didn't like the decision, They threatened to sue the city, and we are back here today wasting your time and taxpayers' dollars. Why? The decision the City Council made on voting down the rezoning of the property was made because of a clear demarcation line that still exists. Besides the two-story Harbor Island Athletic Club, there is nothing south of Knights Run that is commercial, and an AC Marriott property has no business being there. These facts are undisputed, and nothing has changed. Where is the City Council? What is the City Council's purpose if your decisions can be altered if you have deep enough pockets? What message does it send my son and his generation? What message does it send other developers? If you have deep enough pockets, you can sue and get what you want. The City Council exists for a reason and is paid for by taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer, and believe it or not, so is my son. So I ask you, what is your purpose if you vote on something and someone with deep pockets can change your decision? Please stand by your original decision and do not cave because someone has a lot of money and threatens to sue.
My name is Fran Lavandera, and I have been sworn in. I'm a 30-year resident of Harbor Island, and I'm currently the president of Harbor Court Condominium Association. We've heard a lot of discussion about the sales center and the bank that is there, or what the building that is still there. That is the footprint that they want to build this 10-story hotel on, a small sales center. At the last meeting, there was a lot of discussion by the petitioner about there would not be any more traffic than the bank had. Well, as somebody who's lived there almost since its inception, the most traffic that bank ever had was when it was robbed 20 years ago. I kid you not. I hope that you will ratify your previous decision. That is, you know, people, the articles say behind the gates, and everybody speaks derogatorily about behind the gates. My husband was a former prosecutor, and you better believe we were behind the gates. That was our protection, that was our security, and still is. So I hope that you will protect our neighborhood and ratify your prior decision. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we not have the applaud? Thank you. We admire your zeal. Thank you.
City Council, good evening. Appreciate your patience and your indulgence. My name is Leo Rothbarth. I've been sworn in. I reside at 344 Inner Harbor Circle. I'm a relative newbie, been here 7 years. What is undeniable is that we would all agree in 7 years the traffic has gotten out of hand, the congestion has gotten out of hand, and we can debate the whys and wherefores. I'm a physician. My concern is it is now commonplace to wait 30 minutes or longer, frequently longer if there's any event, much less two, to get off the island or on the island. There's a lot of people that live on the island. There's kids that live on the island. And there is no guarantee for tomorrow. What we can expect is people will get ill, potentially seriously ill. There will be accidents that befall our children. How are the EMS going to get there in reasonable time and get, into the island, much less egress, and get the patient to the hospital in time for care? And I would also submit that, given the discussion about the legal matters, a wrongful death suit, Florida is unfortunately rather litigious. It's ugly. We all hate it, but it's something we have to live with. And I think that would be tragic, that somebody would pursue that, but it would happen. I just think it would. And it's a safety concern above and beyond everything else. On a separate traffic note, the scooters are a huge problem and there's no regulation at all. You can't ride your bike on the sidewalk. You can't get anywhere. The scooters are everywhere. And the applicant has failed to address that, much less the parking issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Citro and City Council members. My name is Bee Bear. I reside at 1000 South Harbor Island Boulevard, number 2512. I have been sworn in. If this hotel were to be built, it would establish a precedent that would ruin Harbor Island's ambiance and residential appeal by opening the door for developers to create a concrete canyon on Knights Run Avenue. I say no to creating a concrete canyon, and no to this totally incompatible development. I want to be clear. I am not entirely opposed to having Liberty Group build a hotel at that site. I am opposed to what they are proposing. Today, I'm speaking to you from the heart. I love Tampa. For over 30 years, I had the privilege as an economic developer to market Tampa as an outstanding business destination. So I know a thing or two about what companies look for when going through the highly complex and competitive site selection process. Talent consistently tops the criteria list. Many factors contribute to the marketability of a city to attract and retain top talent, but the ones that stand out are the ones that distinguish a community from the competition. Liberty Group's proposed hotel would do absolutely nothing except add to traffic woes to enhance Tampa's uniqueness. If Liberty Group had approached this as an opportunity to add a property to Tampa's collection of iconic hotels and had designed something creative that locals as well as visitors would rave about, I believe it would have been much better received by Harbor Island's residents. Look through any pictorial book of Tampa's assets and ask yourself, would this building be featured in the book? Hell no. It could be anywhere USA. Why should you or Liberty Group care about that? Because you have the authority, the power to add to, not detract from, our city's charming personality. I look at Liberty Group and its team of impressive and knowledgeable professionals involved in this project and wonder, how can such an accomplished group and Marriott Corporation settle for mediocrity for our beloved city? The building's design does not reflect a scintilla of Harbor Island's lifestyle. If anything, it would negatively affect Harbor Island's lifestyle. These plans should be scrapped and replaced with something that's to scale, has less of an impact on traffic, is elegant, iconic, charming, and unattractive. Mr. Shaw, Tampa deserves better.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Donovan Pullen. I own 8 properties on Harbor Island. I specialize in renting to young families with young children who want to have their children walk to the school bus, attend good schools, and have their kids run around in the safety of an area that is safe. Mr. Shaw, if you'll look at me, you are...
No, sir, you speak to us.
Mr. Shaw is stealing the value of these people by buying a property in 2016, then using strong arm to have it rezoned to take away the value of the other property people owners on that same area so that they can line their pockets with corporate greed. That's what this is all about. It's about money, stuffing their pockets full of money at the expense of other people's, not to make it better. So these kids that are walking to the school buses now have to walk by that bloody hotel. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that word, but you can walk by that hotel every day. All the associations, and I have properties in all of them, screen the residents who live there to make sure there's not some weird people, pedophiles and so forth. The hotel doesn't screen people. Those kids have to walk by that every day with traffic. When they talk about the people coming back from Emily Arena, yes, they'll be coming back at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, drunk, walking up and down that street, screaming by Parkrest, making a hell of a lot of noise, which you already have problems with. I live in the plaza. I live on the north side of 450. I own properties on the south side. There was a clear demarcation for that property to be a green zone. Imagine if New York Central Park, if the developers had their way, that line that defines the borders, there'd be a tall building on the one side, and oh, let's just put another tall building on the other side. Oh, let's just put one more because the one next to it is the same. There's absolute BS. You guys have the power to stop this. I'm not against the Shores doing that development they're doing with the silos that they're trying to do at the wharf. That makes sense. This is just trying to take an easy road by going into an area that they bought in 2016 that they knew wasn't zoned for this particular use. And now they're trying to strong-arm you guys and the citizens by giving them more money at our expense. And that's total BS. Sorry.
Christy Winson. I live at 316 Inner Harbor Circle on Harbor Island. I have been sworn in. I spoke at the last meeting. I'm not against hotels. Tampa may need hotels. This plot of land is not the right place for this hotel. I moved to Harbor Island 20 years ago for the serene setting, to be so close to the urban core of downtown. And it's gotten so busy, you know, I miss the days of more quiet, but I'm happy for our growth. But a hotel is just like we've said before, it's not compatible. Our side of Knights Run is not high-rise, the other side is high-rise. Plaza and all those other high-rise buildings are already creating a lot of traffic, and the hotel will even make it worse for those people that are in those buildings. We have at least 12 hotels and probably a 1 mile radius from Amelie, Convention Center, etc. And multiple of them are Marriotts. The Marriott they want to build is a select Marriott, whereas the JW and Waterside are all premium and luxury. And we were sold initially on luxury and boutique, which we are not getting, and that it was going to be for the residents. There are no amenities in that hotel that will serve our residents. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Council members, my name is Dr. Robert Madelon. I live at 903 Mariner Way on Harbor Island. I've been sworn in. I ask you to vote against the zoning request change by the Liberty Group for this hotel. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 4 other family members who are all registered voters at this address. This hotel will, some of this is redundant, I apologize. This hotel will stick out like a sore thumb once you cross the bridge to Harbor Island. It's in a 10-story building on a postage stamp lot on the main entryway to hundreds of condos and homes. I have attended every meeting and webinar on this hotel. Their paid staffers said that it would not increase traffic more than that rarely used bank building that was there previously. I don't believe that. To compare that bank to a 145-room, 24-hour hotel with a restaurant, meetings, suppliers, waste management, etc., is incorrect. I first bought a condo on Harbor Island in 1987. My wife and I built one of the first homes there in 1992 and raised our family there. We have seen many changes in and around the area, but we feel that none will be more detrimental to life on Harbor Island than this hotel. It will not benefit the thousands of residents of Harbor Island, it will be harmful to them. The developer has purchased a small lot and wants to maximize his investment. However, the hundreds of home and condo owners behind the gates also want to maintain their current entryway and vista and maximize their investment. These two things are not compatible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Sponsler. I am Vice President of Lodging Development for Marriott International. I just have a couple comments tonight. I watched and listened to the first hearing as well as being here tonight. And with having 30 brands within Marriott, I can understand why it gets a bit confusing about what this AC Hotel brand is all about. Let me just say and start with what it's not. It's not the big convention hotel like you have with the JW Marriott. It's not a select service hotel like the Residence Inn or the Courtyard downtown. It's not the big full-service luxury hotel like the Edition. It's a lifestyle hotel that's focused on European modern design. Every AC is unique in its exterior and public space in order to fit into the neighborhood, into the community. Matter of fact, we have 200 open around the world. 65% of their competitors are boutique or luxury hotels. So it sort of fits sort of that hybrid in the middle. Now, the branding of this hotel is not just something, a whim. It's not speculative. Marriott's very fortunate. We have a strong presence in this city throughout the metropolitan area. With 30 brands, we have a lot of choices. We have a lot of fantastic owners, including Liberty. We have worked with them. They have collaborated with us to create a unique hotel that can fit into what we believe into the fabric of this community. And yes, it is designed for those who are local, for their friends and family to stay, to come over, have a drink, have a bite to eat, but it is not the big convention hotel. Thank you for your time, and lastly, I will say this. If the council decides to move forward with this project, Liberty is prepared to move forward and build this hotel. It will not just sit there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Doyle. I live at 948 Hemingway Circle, and I've been sworn in. And I'm trying to limit my time, so I wrote everything down. I also spoke at the May 12th meeting. And anyway, I speak on behalf of my husband and daughter, who are also registered voters. I'm very disappointed to actually be here, like others who have said tonight. You know, I'm wondering about the message it sends, not just to the Charlie Tobins, but to other developers and other residents of Harbor Island, when someone can maneuver a mediation and threaten a lawsuit and get another hearing 6 months later. I'm not a politically naive person either. I understand that these things happen, but at the same time, they're not happening with a lot of transparency. You've heard from our experts, so I do not want to be redundant to their expert opinions. Clearly, this hotel is not compatible with the residential character of our community, and it threatens the safety and livability of the nearby 2,000 residents. Our community serves several public schools in the area, and school buses arrive at the gate at least 4 times a day. And those children and the parents who wait for them in cars, okay, their safety will be at risk if this transient type hotel is allowed less than a block away. Approximately 40 years ago, Harbor Island was formed, and despite the plans at that time to create a largely commercial hub, these plans were unrealized. And the city, needing tax revenues, allowed developers to build the little HOAs that exist within Harbor Island. We supported the downtown when there were empty storefronts and vacant lots. It was our revenues. In essence, we created the zoning organically for south of Knights Run Avenue. We welcome the Riverwalk, we welcome Water Street, and we welcome the complete overhaul of Amelie and now the Convention Center, and even more probably coming. You are our ombudsman, serving to protect the city residents and our communities, and you did so on May 12th. You protected us, and you protected future development that's incompatible. Once again, I ask you to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all very much. My name is Oliver Santry. I live on Harbor Island, and I've been sworn in. My fiance and I have been saving up for a while to live on Harbor Island. When we look around, the next future of our life is to have children. When we see how safe it is for all the children, it reminds us this is where we should stay, and this is where we should raise our family. When I look to see kids being dropped off somewhere, and I apologize, this is redundant, but kids being dropped off outside, waiting at the stop sign, I want to make sure that everyone around them is safe and our future kids are safe. I'm very young homeowner. Please do not taint the dream that I have worked so hard for. And I speak for myself and my fiance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Matt Gonzalez, and I have been sworn in. I am the Vice President with 717 Parking, and I am here in representation of 717 Parking, Accardi Real Estate Company, and Jason and John Accardi. As a large property owner in downtown Tampa and a locally headquartered parking service provider for over 30 years, we would like to express our support for Liberty Group and their AC Hotel development in Harbor Island. We've had the pleasure of working with Liberty Group for many years on several of their local projects, most recently the dual-branded Hilton in Channelside, mind you, another densely populated residential area. Liberty Group is known for high-quality developments with an emphasis on sustainability and community lifestyle, and has always considered the surrounding community within each development design. Our organization has successfully provided them with parking, transportation planning, and services to achieve optimal mobility for each project. Our intent would be the same with the AC Hotel. Not only will this development stimulate the local economy in many ways, well, let's be very clear on this design. This is not a Motel 6, nor is it an expansive convention center hotel predicated on high volume. This is a hotel of boutique in nature. We strongly believe this design is exactly what the area needs to support not only the current but future growth, with the hotel's boutique nature aligning with the surrounding community. To deny this type of project would not only stunt our city's growth, but would also discourage future development. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Dr. Sri Printha Navarathna Raja. I'm a practicing physician at different hospitals in Tampa, including Tampa General Hospital. I was not sworn in, so can I still?
If there is anyone else in this chambers that is going to speak and hasn't been sworn in, would you please rise, raise your right hand?
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear this is truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, I don't want to repeat myself, but as you heard from all the residents, I think the major concern I have, along with others, is traffic and safety. As a practicing physician, I moved to Tampa about 10 years ago, and I chose Harbor Island as a single mother with a 9-year-old, mainly for safety reason. I would get called into the hospital, and I felt safe that I was leaving my son in a very safe neighborhood, and he would wait for the bus outside, like the other residents said. And, you know, of course, he has grown and he's in college now, and it was a very happy lifestyle we had. As a physician, I am really concerned. Coming from hospital to my home, it has taken me lately about 30 minutes with the new development of the American Social, and many times on Friday evening when I'm on call, I can't even leave from my home to the hospital because of traffic congestion. Even coming today, I was 30 minutes late because of the Lightning game, and I have to actually go through Channel Drive and come around to make it, 30 minutes late. So as you can see, even with the current development, there's so much traffic, and this is really impacting our lifestyle. And I have many colleagues who are very hesitant to move to Harbor Island, and the main concern they say is just too much traffic, and it's becoming very downtown nature. And like the other resident said, when I cross and come to the gates, it's a relief. I am in a safe environment, and this is our home. And I humbly request, and for my profession, and there are other physicians who are living in Harbor Island, that the traffic will play a major role in how we perform our day-to-day work at the hospital, and especially being on call and so forth. And for the safety of our neighborhood, I would humbly ask that you turn this request to build this hotel denied, and go along with the residents of Harbor Island to keep our neighborhood safe and enjoyable like we have always had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Gratz, and I live at 935 Harbor Bay Drive. I have been sworn in. I am the president of the Harbor Island Community Service Association. For the record, recently, this association with members from the north, south, and commercial properties had voted unanimously against this project. It is on record. As I presented last time, the area that uses Knights Run is 95% residential. It's made up of 10 neighborhoods to the north and 11 neighborhoods to the south. In addition to my duties as HICSA, I'm also a hotel developer. I was here 2 weeks before where we received unanimous approval for a hotel outside MacDill Air Force Base, and the neighbors were unanimously for this hotel. I can say a few things about this hotel from experience. Mr. Sponsor can speak to the fact that in 2001, our Marriott brand hotel was named nationwide opening hotel of the year for that brand. With respect to this hotel, it is not a boutique hotel. It is an AC hotel that's in an urban area with rooms probably less than 300 square feet. It is not a place where we would ever place a hotel. It's too close to residential and it doesn't fit the neighborhood. In addition to the jobs that were talked about, these are people who are going to have to commute with cars or on bus to Harbor Island, adding to the traffic. It is not providing jobs for Harbor Island residents. I appreciate your time for a second time this evening, as you did last time, and hope that you will vote against this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay? I'm Deborah Ellinger. I live on Abbeys Way in Harbor Island, and I'm actually want to repeat a little bit of what the preceding speaker said. I'm in private equity, and I do a lot of development work. I work with folks like the applicant, and I understand that their objective is, of course, to get a maximized return on investment. And so what I would like to talk about is the alternatives that could be considered instead of this rather ugly hotel that, as everybody said, does not fit in. They could have done a 50-room boutique hotel and still got a very nice return on investment. What they're trying to do right now is an oversized return on investment. I do think there are options that the city should consider. I know there may be a need for more hotel rooms, but this is the wrong place for it. On Channelside, which is actually closer, easier, has more restaurants, is more connected to Amelie, to the convention center, that's where a hotel like this should be. This is not a boutique hotel. It is not in Channelside. It is being proposed in a residential area. So I do want to just talk about some of the mischaracterization I've been a little concerned to hear. The first thing is the gates were not moved in order to accommodate commercial development like this. The gates were moved in order to enable residents to get in and out and not back up into the rest of the traffic flow. So to say that it was done in order for future development is absolute rubbish in my view. I don't think that the traffic impact was properly assessed, and I do think the fact that it was paid for by the developer is a conflict of interest. I understand that's a normal procedure, but when you have a developer paying for a traffic study, you're going to get what you get. I don't think it considered appropriately Uber, Lyft, and all the shared cars that float around our neighborhood now. I suspect it might have been done during COVID. It was certainly done a couple of years ago when traffic counts were down. And now we're experiencing some very bad traffic, as my neighbors have said. I would add that the AC hotel label is a little bit of a red herring because that is not what you're approving here. You're approving over 100 rooms in a hotel, and they could change the label later if they wanted to. So last, I just want to say that it's still a proposed hotel. It is ugly, oversized, misplaced on a small lot, and basically it is 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag.
Hang on. Yeah, really. That was uncalled for, ma'am.
Good evening, councilmen, councilwomen. And my name is Bruce Sparrow, and I'm with McKibben Hospitality, and I'm here speaking in support of the project that we're discussing. There's a lot of topics we could talk about. I think one point of clarity to make is this is an upscale hotel. This is not an extended stay hotel. It is not a motel. It will charge rates that will attract quality guests that will partake of the great amenities that the city of Tampa has put available to all of us. It's available to the residents of Harbor Island. That's one of the great parts of AC, is we build amenities that can be partaken from the residents that are in the area. We want that. Most hotels want to have a mix of where the locals are. They want to have a mix of locals and visitors. It's what makes hotels great. I want to attest to one thing. We do manage a number of locations for Liberty today. That was actually a choice by the family, the Shaw family, just about a year ago. They used to manage their own hotels. They chose they wanted great experiences for guests, great experiences for their associates. And so they asked McKibben to partner with them. And so today we do that. And I can tell you firsthand that Punit Shaw and his family, they do give back to the community. They do care about their associates. McKibben is the same. We've been doing business in the greater Tampa area for nearly 30 years. We are developers. We are owners. Today we manage over 13 hotels in the greater Tampa Bay area. The service that we do, we give hundreds of hours and literally tens of thousands of dollars to community service because we care. We even have something we do for our associates where if they give their own time and they register it with this particular third-party independent group, we donate dollars of our foundation money for the hours that they serve. I can speak firsthand the jobs that would be created in a hotel are unique, and here's why. It gives access to individuals that may not even have a college degree or a high school degree to be able to make a career that can pay well and they can be proud of. I've been in this business now 32 years, and I'm a product of that. I came out of high school and found myself in a situation where I needed to get a job. I got a job at a Marriott hotel, working at the time for Marriott, and here I am today, president of McKibben Hospitality. So I would recommend the approval of this because of the benefits it would be for the community, because you'd be speaking, you'd be showing that an individual like Punit Shaw that does give back to the community, does care, would take the time to consider the impacts that this hotel would have on all parts of the community and weigh what would be in the best interest of it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, lady and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Brian Taub. I have been sworn in. I reside at 921 Anchorage Road. I have been asked by several residents to appear here this evening because I am in a unique qualified position in that I have developed 2 communities on Harbor Island and live on Harbor Island. So I am sensitive to both the development side and the residential side. One of the communities is San Tropez, the other one is the Keys. I bought the Keys property from a previous developer who had it approved for a high-rise condominium for more than double the number of units that I wound up putting on it. I have 35 townhomes on that same site. Part of the reason why I've done that is because I listened to the neighbors and the sensitivity to the neighborhood. My most recent project that I completed was on Bayshore Boulevard called the Sanctuary. That property was previously zoned for 43 residences, and I put on 15 condominiums. Again, because I listened to the neighbors and the residences and their sensitivity. It's unusual for me to be here this evening in the capacity that I'm here speaking out against a development. I have always been the applicant for my own developments. I've appeared in front of City Council in Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater. I am proud to say that I've received unanimous approval each and every time for every one of my developments, and I was the applicant. I did not hire an attorney to do so. I feel that I was successful in doing that because I did responsible development that was compatible with the surrounding area. The applicants indicated compatibility was dealing with mostly height. Our land use person indicated compatibility consists of many other areas. And the one I think the residents are most concerned about is intensity of that much space on that size property, specifically as it relates to traffic. The amount of traffic that this property is going to generate, both vehicular and pedestrian, create concerns for safety and welfare. I can tell you that if there's 145 rooms and there are 145 people in that, this time of year, when the weather's nice, roughly 8 months a year when the weather's nice, there's going to be 145 pedestrians going from there to the convention center. And it was pointed out, this is going to be pedestrian friendly, it's going to create wonderful, it is all wonderful, but the amount of pedestrians that are going to be conflicted with the vehicular traffic coming on and off the island is going to be very dangerous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam, before you begin, if I see no one else getting up to speak and give public comment, this gentleman here will be the last person in chambers. I know we have others online.
And has Tim checked downstairs?
Tim has told me there was none downstairs.
Thank you.
I called him in, and he said there was none downstairs. I do realize we have speakers online, but this gentleman will be the last one to speak in chambers. Thank you. Please proceed, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Kathy Bramhall. I am Executive Vice President of Sales and Retention for Condominium Associates. I'm here today on behalf of the owners of our company, Anand Shah, who is no relation to Punit, and Sean Galeras. We have managed associations on Harbor Island for over 20 years. The first contract we signed on Harbor Island was in 1999. We've watched the island grow. I've been personally on the island for over 20 years now myself, managing. And we've watched the island grow from nothing in certain areas to what it is today, a beautiful, unique island that is cherished by the owners and residents that live and work on that island. We also have office space. We lease office space and have for 20 years on Harbor Island, actually over 20 years. Our office building we currently have wasn't even there when we first started, when I got to Harbor Island over 20 years ago. In looking at the plans and the drawings for the hotel, it doesn't appear to me, in my opinion, that it is in keeping with what we've seen on Harbor Island aesthetically. It's more of a commercial, non-Harbor Island homeowner association feel. We manage HICSA, South, Piazza, and the South Neighborhood Association, as well as individual associations within the gate, behind the South Neighborhood gates. The residents that we have spoken with are all in opposition with us on this project, and we really appreciate you listening to us and taking this into consideration to deny this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
How do I put a picture on this thing? This way?
Go to the Elmo. Next to you, to your
Oh,
left,
sorry.
to your right.
Down or up? Up?
Yep, up. Yeah, it shows right
This
there.
way or towards them or the other?
Yeah, flip it like that.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Guy Van Balen. I have been sworn in. I am the president of Harborside Homeowners Association on Harbor Island, as well as the vice president of the SNA, the bigger homeowners association. I spoke here several months ago with all of you in opposition, so I'm not going to repeat myself. I wanted to show you this picture today because we all are familiar with photoshopping and social networking and how things can look differently. You've seen pictures by the applicant, the petitioner today, that makes it a view of strictly the north side, not the south side, and everything looks like it's right there on top of each other and things. Here is a picture that clearly shows Harbor Island coming from the very tip of the south part of the island over, and you can see that everything is low until you get to the other side of Knight's Run. So I think you've been misled with some of the pictures that were provided by the petitioner and in some regards by the city attorneys when they presented the original thing to you. I also have, if this will show up, this is traffic coming off the island at approximately 6:42 on October 21st, a non-Lightning Day game This is everything. Imagine on a game day like today, as well as putting another hotel and things of that sort, just how bad the traffic's going to be. I wanted, something that hasn't been brought up tonight that I wanted to bring up, which I did last time, is the construction. If you remember at the last hearing, the petitioner indicated that, they could try to keep the construction all within the footprint. That's obviously pretty much impossible. We see how construction that takes up the roads. They said that the construction time would be about 1.5 years. So just imagine what we're concerned about, what happens after the hotel is built. What about during the next 1.5 years after that construction is done then? The parking issue is huge. We already have a problem with parking on the island outside the gates. People from the games try to sneak in there and park. So imagine trying to come up with additional parking for those that are short-staffed by the lack of parking and the deficit of almost 25% by the hotel. We know that this is going to have an adverse effect on residents, and it's not compatible with that particular area. And Mr. Chairman, you indicated when you were dealing with that picture earlier today with the yellow, whether or not you could cut off that one ingress and egress area by the hotel. That's also the entrance for the athletic club, which is used not only by people on Harbor Island, but people all over Davis Island and also in South Tampa as well. So you would basically hurt what is otherwise a cornerstone of that area as well, because it's a tennis and health club with regard to that issue. And finally, the mediator, I take exception to what the petitioner said. The mediator had, because the city and the applicant wanted to go forward with the settlement agreement, basically pushed it along. I don't believe he said, I fully support the hotel in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last call. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to make public comment? All right, we have 5 people that are online that are wishing to make public comment.
Chair, we only have 2 people logged on, and that is Peter Brutney and Lawrence Premack.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can you please raise your right hands to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Who wishes to speak first? Mr. Premack, I'll let you speak first, please.
I'm fine with that. My name is Larry Premack. I am the president of the South Association. I will give the briefest comments. I thank the council for your service. I think the residents have spoken way better than I ever could. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brundy.
Thank you very much. Councilors Citro, Miranda, Carlson, Maniscalco, Verera, Guides, and Hertag, forgive me. I am so passionate about what's going on now. My wife and I moved onto Harbor Island when our son was born some 30 years ago. We were assured at the time that this would be a residential community, not a commercial community. I think if anyone has to look at what's going on, all they have to do is look at the false renderings of what's been presented by Liberty Hotel, Liberty, management. None of the rendering shows the south gate, which is only feet from the driveway that goes into the hotel. None of them show where the street is that goes into the Harbor Island Athletic Club that's shared by the hotel. These are issues that are going to be extremely difficult to overcome over time. We have, the defense representing, or the plaintiffs, whatever, representing that this is a boutique hotel. Well, there's a boutique hotel going up in 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 the, excuse me, in another area of Tampa where we have boutique hotels going up, and they're like 36 units. For instance, the Hyde Park area, they have a boutique hotel going up that's going to be 36 units on top of the Swan Hotel. That is a boutique hotel, 36 units, where they can get profit, they can have people stay, they can enjoy the facilities, and it won't overrun the community in terms of parking and ingress and egress. One of the things we have to look at is the apparently false representatives made by the Liberty Hotel in this case. What have they done? They've shown a hotel with no south gate, with no access to the Harbor Island Athletic Club. Every single rendition that they've given us has excluded that completely.
Thank you, sir.
For their benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kramer, it's your time for rebuttal.
Mr. Kramer, could we, for the record, confirm how much time you had requested for rebuttal?
20 minutes. I don't believe I'll need it all. Could I have IT assist me? I need my presentation, please.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, you've confirmed with your legislative aide that there is nobody on to the second floor to speak.
That is correct. That is what my legislative aide, Tim Heberlein, has told me.
Thank you so much, sir.
Councilman Goode.
But we've heard a lot of speakers so far, and I see the face of the councilman. Possibly we need to take a 5-minute break, because he's going to take.
Are you
almost
requesting a
20.
5-minute break?
Yes, sir.
5-minute break.
Thank you.
City Council is back in session. Roll call.
Carlson. Viera. Maniscalco. Hurtak.
Here.
Goods. Miranda.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Again, Mr. Kramer, you've got 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jake Kramer. I'm going to turn it over directly to my experts, and they'll introduce themselves. Thank you.
Evening, Council. My name is Mickey Jacob. I have been sworn in. I am the architect on this project, and I reside at 450 Knights Run Avenue on Harbor Island. As a licensed architect for 42 years in this community, projects are never easy, and this one is not. We have worked very hard to look at how this building fits on this site, how the scale of this building responds to the neighborhood, how the architecture fits with the branding. And we've created some graphics, one of them in front of you, to try and accurately illustrate what we are trying to represent in our design and what our building is. When we do these graphics and we drop them in on Google Earth, we have to take data points off of Google Earth, and we take those data points that are provided by that for the scale and the size of what the streets are and the site, and we drop that into our three-dimensional model in Revit. So everything we do is completely 100% accurate of how the building sits on the site. You've been presented with graphics this evening and in the package that you received from the opposition that have taken the images of my building, our building that we've done with our group, and it's cut and pasted this into static images of Google Earth. The images you are given are out of scale, they're misleading, and they're completely inaccurate, and they don't represent what we're really doing. I have to maintain a standard of care with my license. I have to make sure that what I give you is accurate and it represents exactly what we're trying to do. The graphics you have received from the opposition have failed to recognize the streetscape, the sidewalks, how this building sits on the site. We've worked very hard to make sure that this building can fit on this site and it works for what we're trying to do at the scale that it is. We've also worked very hard on the arrival and the departure. We've worked hard on how to make the curb cut off of Knights Run Avenue the main focus of this site, where the vehicles come in and come out on that particular access itself. We've also worked very hard on making Knights Run Avenue the front door of this building, and it's become that. We've created another elevated entry there that really invites the public in. One of the things we've really tried to do is to make this building something different, something unique, and something we can be proud of. And that the experts presented to you today and the materials they submitted to you for review have taken my graphics and cut and pasted them into a static print of Google Earth. To be brutally honest, is sloppy and incompetent. So we're working really hard, and we continue to work hard, and we will do everything we can because Harbor Island is my neighborhood too. Thank you.
Good evening, Randy Cohen. I have been sworn. I'm going to be using the OMO, but for a moment, let's talk about what we heard. We had an expert testify for the opposition that brought up no level of service issues, no mitigation being required in the transportation analysis. Actually, in a sideways manner, actually commented that the levels of service were acceptable at all of the studied intersections. For the record, each of the driveways, the one on Harbor Island that also serves the athletic club, the one on Knights Run, operate at level of service A in the morning, level of service B in the afternoon with this hotel. Harbor Island and Knights Run operates at level of service B in the morning, level of service C in the afternoon. We have no technical information that there's an adverse transportation impact related to this project based upon the criteria required by the City of Tampa in a traffic study. We'll talk about that just a little bit later. Want to go to the OMO. This is one of the slides that was prepared by their expert witness. Take a look at a couple of things for me, if you will. The most important being August 2021. That was the initial traffic study that was done for this hotel when it was 180 rooms, not the 150-room hotel that was brought in front of you. Page 314 means this was the appendix, which means this was a very preliminary trip generation table that was produced before the traffic study was actually even completed. So we have some interesting numbers there. Let's go to the traffic study that was reviewed and approved by the city for the 150-room hotel, with the existing development clarified as what's actually approved in the zoning, which is a drive-in bank. You see the differences. 26 additional cars in the morning, a few less cars in the afternoon. That's comparing a drive-in bank, which is approved on the property, as opposed to the hotel that's proposed on the property. This has nothing to do with the original Sunbank walk-up facility that was on the property when it was converted from a sales center. Move to one more. Slightly reduced volumes yet because we went to 145 rooms through the mediation process. So I cannot tell you or explain why their expert chose to use a preliminary table out of an outdated traffic study, but that's what happened. Let's talk about the fact that the expert decided to spend a lot of time talking about trip generation. That's great. IT does a wonderful job of trip generation. Has 177 land uses in it that are examined. Virtually every one of those land uses, with the exception of a few residential and a couple of office, have two different sets of peak hours. They have the peak hour of the generator, which is what's talked about here, and the adjacent street peak hour. City requirements are we do a traffic study based upon the AM adjacent street peak hour between 7 and 9, and the same in the afternoon 4 to 6. Why do we do it that way? That is when you have the highest cumulative total of traffic on a roadway or at an intersection. If we were to do a study out here at 9 o'clock in the evening, I think we'd get a pretty damn good level of service out of an intersection. More importantly, it says this is not compatible. Think about it for a minute. This is the black line of residential. This is the ultimate peak of the hotel. They don't occur at the same time. They occur almost 2 hours different. I'd say that's pretty darn compatible when you've got one use that has a high here and another use that has a high here, so they don't add together. I would say that's compatible. Let's go to the final one I want to talk about for right now. Parking waiver. Great article. Been before you before talking about parking waivers for hotels. Expert indicated there was no technical information provided to you. Didn't say anything about the fact that the DoubleTree rezoning, 1881, was before you and approved with a waiver of right around 20%, very compatible to what we're asking for here. That is a business hotel in West Shore. Embassy Suites, same thing. REZ 2035, business hotel in West Shore, comparable waiver. Evidence. This is the Embassy Suites with the expanded number of rooms. Picture of the top deck of the parking. Sunrise. I had to wait until, in fact, the sun came up enough so I could take a photograph. That's the peak period of parking in a hotel, is first thing in the morning. They're not even using the top deck of their garage. I would say their waiver is appropriate. DoubleTree Rocky Point. Hotel rooms have been converted. Waiver is in place. Again, sunrise. Unfortunately, I wish it had been sunset. But as you can see, ample parking left, and they have a similar waiver. Both of those projects waive over 60 parking spaces, substantially more than what's waived here. So I believe there is technical information provided to you to justify those parking waivers. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Thank you.
If we could go back to the presentation, please.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Cynthia Spidell with Stearns Weaver at 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn. I am an AICP planner who has over 17 years of planning experience in both the public and private sectors. Of particular relevance to this item, I was the DRI coordinator at Pasco County, and I have experience with at least 25 developments of regional impact. So the last time we were here, I really focused on the project's consistency and compatibility in the overall planning environment, looked at the DRI. I'm not going to rehash any of that unless there's any specific questions that you might have. I know you've all read my planning report thoroughly, the one from May. So, but rather this time around, my focus and review consisted of the 40 years of zoning approvals on all of Harbor Island. So this slide is 2004 versus 2020. In 2004, this site was rezoned from PDA, mixed-use commercial residential, to PD drive-in window bank. So this is very relevant because in 2004, that prior approval allowed for a hotel up to 158 feet. And as you can see from the slides, what has really changed from 2004? If anything, the island has become more urban and developed. Therefore, one really cannot claim that a permitted hotel up to 158 feet was compatible in 2004, but it isn't anymore in 2020 or 2022. So, next slide. As a result of the 2004 downzoning, the property became an island on an island. It is completely surrounded by zoning approvals that allow hotels up to 158 feet. This is what we call in planning as reverse spot zoning. Reverse spot zoning is a planning term where a property subject to a zoning application is treated differently by the local jurisdiction than the surrounding area. It is illegal because it violates a landowner's property rights by giving such landowner fewer or lesser rights than everyone around it. And as you can see from our graphic, our property is surrounded by approvals for more density and intensity. There is legal precedence that supports that reverse spot zoning is illegal. The overall planning takeaway here is that the current and historic rezonings dating back to the original for Harbor Island has always allowed hotels as a permitted use. So, and then I want to go to rebut the specific expert testimony. There's been a lot of talk about compatibility, and it is my planning opinion that that compatibility determination was already made by City Council when they approved the DRI and the zoning for the whole Harbor Island. They clearly allow residential and non-residential to coexist anywhere on the island. Mr. Smolker said, hotel's never been approved. That's not true. And then with all due respect to Mr. Powell, who's a fellow planning colleague, his report is just wrong. It does not tell you the whole story, and it selectively picks only one perspective and it conveniently ignores all regulatory approvals that apply to Harbor Island. So in conclusion, my planning opinion continues to remain as it was the last time we were here, and that the redevelopment of the property as a hotel is compatible with the surrounding built and regulatory environment. And further, after having reviewed the DRI and all of the current historic rezonings on Harbor Island, the planning documents do not support a line of demarcation at Knights Run. Instead, they reinforce that this property is being treated differently. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Carlson.
You talk about this property being treated differently, but wouldn't the property owner in 2004 have requested that downzoning?
So that is a really good question, and I spent months trying to figure out why anybody would go from PDA to PD, and I think we've talked to staff about it extensively as well. I do not understand why they did that. They could have just come in with the incremental site plan at that time. So I don't know what happened in 2004.
But isn't it more accurate to say instead of the city taking it away, it's the prior owner took it away?
No, I think it's the city, because there's a nuance in chapter 27 that requires any site under 20 to be PD. So if you look at all the zonings through the 80s and the 90s, they were consistent. You had a DRI, you had a master plan, and you had a rezoning that had dimensional standards for all the Harbor Island. The ordinances specifically say that any zoning has to comply with these dimensional standards. That was consistent in all of your ordinances through the 90s, and then all of a sudden in 2004, that language is dropped, the standard ordinance language is changed, and now all of a sudden we have a PD site plan. And I think it's a nuance of your code that requires engineered site plans at the time of zoning if you're PD.
Do we want to get a staff opinion on that, or is it, we're just going to allow rebuttal then?
Ask the question.
Staff, is there any response to that?
And then public comment is finished.
Amy Barnes, Development Coordination. So the 04 rezoning did rezone to PD.
But it was somebody applied to have it downzoned then, right? Somebody, the applicant at the time, do you know any history on
I
that?
don't know the history of why they rezoned it specifically to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Goose is looking at me. Just for the record, those are the 4 years that I missed. From 2003 to 2007. In fact, I was in Michigan judging horse racing for the state of Michigan.
Sidebar over there. Any other comments or any questions?
Mr. Chair, I was not quite finished with my presentation. I didn't know if you wanted to.
We're not, I was,
Okay, I just want to make sure.
just
Thank you.
asking any more comments or questions for her.
Sure.
Councilman Goods.
So Ms. Barnes, basically, we don't have an answer, basically, right?
Amy Barnes, Development Coordination. No, I don't want to speculate as to why the zoning was specifically changed. But it was specifically changed for the bank drive-in.
All right, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, to the other comment, and she can repeat it, sorry, so in case I don't get it exactly right.
Yeah.
But there's something, Ms. Barnes, could you respond to this part of it, that she said something like, there's a peculiar language in our code that forces someone to do a PD, and so therefore it's the city's fault, not the prior applicant's fault, that this is down zone like this.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination.
Sorry if I
So when you do a PD rezoning, it's site plan specific, so that has to be provided at the time. I'm not sure how that necessarily is the city's fault. Maybe the applicant can explain further.
No, my only point there was that if you go to chapter 27, the section 27, and I'm not sure exactly when that came in place, it said that if you are, you can't be PDA if you're more than 20 acres. So as I was trying to find a reason why anybody would go from PDA to PD, and I don't know if it was because of bank and people had concerns about the drive window but you know, again, I'm speculating. I don't know, but I do know that your code says if you're less than 20 acres, that you have to be PD, you can't be PDA. So perhaps that was one of the factors, but I don't know because I wasn't there either.
Any other questions? Mr. Kramer?
Council, Jake Kramer again for the record. I have gone back and looked at that prior rezoning, all the records. It was continued several times. It appears what happened was that there were members of the public, perhaps members of some of the associations on the island, that didn't like the idea of a drive-through on the bank. That's all I could glean from the record. But that seems to suggest to me that the reason that they were trying to move forward with the rezoning was simply to validate that drive-through. And to your point, Councilman Carlson, I don't think we're suggesting that it's the city's fault per se. What we are suggesting is that this exact use at a taller height was consistent as a matter of law on Harbor Island in 2004. And the only thing that's happened since then is that the island has grown denser and more intense. And I don't think there is any planning reason that it can be justified, that it could be consistent back at that time period, but not now.
Can I ask one? I want to make sure you have plenty of time to do your rebuttal, so just one more question. Mr. Cohen was talking about travel, and one of the comments from the public was about the U-turn coming from the east. Could you talk about that from a traffic planner point of view, please?
Yes, and an important key is the fact that the address of this building will be on Knights Run rather than Harbor Island Boulevard. However, if you go to any of the wayfinding apps, you will find they will direct you in the most direct route to an address. This is a problem we have with the convention center. This is why we have a number of major traffic issues in the past when the convention center has something going on, Amalie Arena has something going on. They bring them down Tampa Street, down Harbor Island, and onto the island. So the likelihood of some person not familiar with Tampa figuring out that they could use Beneficial Bridge to come over into Harbor Island, come across Knights Run, make a U-turn to come back to the hotel, I find to be rather far-fetched, to be very blunt about it. Anyone who is knowledgeable may attempt to do that, but they'll realize the U-turn is not, in fact, something that is a very comfortable thing to do, so they would use Harbor Island as well. So I find it highly unlikely you would have any significant percentage of motorists that would attempt that particular route to come to a hotel, especially those that do not know the location of the hotel and are relying upon any sort of GPS.
Part of the testimony from the public was that configuration of a four-way stop making your turn is unusual in your experience.
A four-lane, four-way stop is unusual, yes. It's unusual, period. It's unusual in the way it operates. It's unusual in the fact that if a U-turn's made there, one must be very cautious. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that.
Making a roundabout. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Then I have a question for you. I have used Waze. I do use Waze. But I've noticed when there are signs that make it illegal to make a U-turn or to make a left-hand turn, Waze does not allow you to do that.
And that would be...
I'm just asking this question. Yes. By putting a no U-turn sign there and making it known to Waze that cannot be done.
That would be a very good thing to do. I'd agree with it wholeheartedly. And I will say, since I've done all the DRI work on the island, it was always envisioned that this intersection, if it reached the volume of traffic that warranted a traffic signal, there would be a traffic signal there. Unfortunately, it does not have the volume to warrant a traffic signal at this point, nor with this project.
Any other questions? Mr. Kramer, there was some going back and forth here, so do you need extra time?
I'll do my best to wrap it up in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Council. Jake Kramer, a couple of cleanup items. Construction came up. Construction is not a zoning item. That's something that's dealt with later at the permitting process, as you all know. I would question the motives of Mr. Taub, the developer who so helpfully came and spoke tonight. Mr. Taub actually made an offer to my client of $5 million cash to purchase the property if we would not move forward to hearing. We're grateful for the opportunity to appear before you all tonight. The question tonight that I posed at the beginning of the hearing is, are you comfortable singling out this one property and not applying the rules of the game that have existed for 35 years on Harbor Island? We have to remember we can't just take account of the number of people that are here, either for or against. We have to rely on the facts and your regulations that have been on the island surrounding this property for over 35 years. The small building that you see before you is the only thing that can be built on this property today. What I would ask you is, does this one-story building at the end of its useful life look to you like a reasonable use of land in your urban core, sitting in the shadows of a 21-story building? When people talk about a line of demarcation at Knight's Run, what they're really asking you to do is single out this one property. That's because the only other undeveloped property south of Knight's Run and outside of the gates is the athletic club. So we wanted to understand what could be built on the athletic club today without coming for your approval, council. This is what could surround this one-story building without coming to you for your approval. Almost 1,500 units that are entitled today under the DRI, and this site could utilize them in the future. Can you imagine this as a one-story building? This is what you're surrounded by. From some perspectives, you can't even see the 10-story hotel, council. I also wanted to understand, if you're a landowner on the island, what should you have known? What would be on your title? Unlike a PD, which as we know are not recorded, sometimes citizens come before you all and they're confused by that. They don't understand zoning. DRIs are recorded. This was on title. Everyone who purchased property within the DRI is on notice that there is this overarching development process. There's also a master declaration. The master declaration was very clear that things can and will change over time. This is on everyone's title who lives on the island, who owns property on the island, council.
Mr. Grimm, could you put that back? I'm sorry, Chairman, have you written that?
Yes, sir.
Make sure I read that if you don't mind. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kramer, can you read section 8?
Section 8 says, developer's right to deviate from development plan. Notwithstanding anything contained in this declaration to the contrary, developer shall have the right in its sole discretion to change the general development plan of the island and makes no promises regarding the completion of development of the island, whether as set forth in the development plan or any other manner. Developer may in his sole discretion cease to add properties to this declaration and may determine in his sole discretion to change the uses to which the property shall be put.
And you, Mr. Chairman, if you mind, sir?
Councilman
And
Good.
you're saying everyone on the island who owns property should have this declaration?
Yes, sir. This is the declaration of HICSA, the Master Association of Harbor Island.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah,
I'll allow you extra time.
So what was it, that looked like it would have been a covenant of beneficial or someone like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you're saying that HICSA adopted that, or?
That's essentially the document that establishes HICSA.
But it's not something that HICSA would use now, but you're saying it's on the title, if somebody new goes in and buys a house, that they have to sign off on that as it is?
Sorry.
But the developer they're talking about is beneficial, not the individual homeowners, right?
This is on the declaration of every title on the property on the island.
And beneficial does whatever the successor of beneficial, they own any property still on Harbor Island, or?
The successor does not.
Okay.
There is still a successor entity around.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Good.
I would ask legal or Ms. Barnes to validate or disprove what Mr. Kramer is saying. Do we know about this, or I never heard this before, so. Maybe some people in the audience don't know either.
Katie Barnes, Development Coordination. So I just want to make sure, are you speaking about whether it's on the title?
Councilman Goods?
Yeah, the property, he just read me a section of this section. We're talking about the zoning of this property. So I'm asking, do you know what we know about that? Is that valid? Is that, you know?
I know about development of regional impact. I don't know whether or not it's, I am unaware that it's given on each title for each property owner. It may, I am unaware of that. However, I am aware of the DRI and the Harbor Island DRI and what entitlements were allowed underneath that DRI. So.
And is that the entitlement?
So let me clarify real quick. So this is what in yellow was the cumulative amount of what was developed under the DRI, and then what was approved under this DRI. These are the entitlements for the whole island. There is the NOPC to allow additional 145 units for the hotel on top of that blue highlighted section for the hotel. So the entitlements are for the whole island in the DRI, and then there's specific uses allocated under each zoning. Does that make, okay. Does that clarify everything?
I'm learning like you, that's why I ask questions, you know? All
Okay,
right.
I just want to make sure I answered your question. I'm not aware that if someone purchases a home, it's on their title. It might be, I'm not sure.
All right, thank you.
We go back to the presentation, please. Council, we appreciate your time tonight. You know every member of our team. Again, all of us have worked on hotels downtown. All of us have experience with this type of property. Please don't let a handful of vocal supporters who are trying to extend the boundaries of their exclusive gated community outside of their gates into another neighborhood. They're trying to extend their gates into the north neighborhood. Your professional staff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you.
In the last month and a half, I checked the record this morning, you had received 54 letters of support in the last month and a half. That was over 60% of the public correspondence in that same amount of time. I think what that tells you is that we're doing something right. It's been a long process to get here, but there are people that are looking at these design changes over time, and they've taken the time to reach out to you all, council. Your professional staff has recommended approval of this project twice. An independent special magistrate has proposed moving this project forward to you all to consider tonight. So with that, I ask for your support and thank you for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Goods.
Mr. Kramer, you know I respect you tremendously, you know?
Thank you, sir.
Great attorney, you do a great job, you know? Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But I will say, you know, in your arguments, things that I didn't know, ask legal about. But one thing I would say, always be mindful of the public. Always be mindful of the public.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
However we decide your favor, their favor, I'm reminded I'm always respectful of the people. Rather, it's their community, they live there, we have somebody that moved in that wants to do something there as well, but by the same token, you're a professional.
Yes, sir.
Always be professional. And again, you know, they have a right to speak and say, and they're here because they live there every day. So if something new coming in, they want to be able to make sure it's going to fit in with the children, the neighborhood, and everything. So however the outcome is, and I tell the folks in this room today, however the outcome is, we still have to get along and live. So we have to make it the best way we can. You know, again, there's always compromise till the end. So there may be some things that Councilman asked to look at. with Mr. Shaw in reference to another compromise about some things, but what I want to say is just, you're a great guy. You know, in the last comments, I didn't think it was necessary. I just think you should have just went on ahead and made your point and drive it on home, all right? But again, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? No, sir. Public comment is closed. Thank you. Closed. Motion closed. Second. Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And if we can, Mr. Chairman, and maybe Ms. Wells wants to guide council through the process, but I believe your first step is to address the magistrate's recommendation. Is that correct, Ms. Wells? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I was just asking to guide council through the process, that the threshold question is to address the magistrate's recommendation before moving forward with what's on the agenda.
Thank you, Council. Kate Wells for the record. Yes, the first order of business, unless council has any other questions before you close the hearing, would be to decide whether or not to accept or reject the special magistrate's recommendation, report and recommendation, or if council is considering modifying it, then Liberty would have to consent to those modifications. If council is inclined to accept the recommendation, that will then take additional steps, because once you accept the recommendation, you then have to implement it. And the implementation would require approval of the rezoning ordinance by placing it on first reading, followed by approval of the ordinance amending the DRI and placing that ordinance on first reading. I will point out that with respect to your agenda, the ordinances are shown in the reverse order. But if council is inclined to approve the special magistrate's recommendation, I would ask that you start with the rezoning and then move on to the DRI development order. And the reason for that is the amendment to the DRI development order is simply acknowledging what is being approved through the rezoning. It's acknowledging that MAP H is amended to increase the hotel rooms from 550 up by another 145 units, I believe, to 695. And then there's some other technical modifications to the DRI development order. By the governor's executive order, certain natural disasters allow all development orders to, all development permits, including DRI development orders, to be extended for a period of time. So the build-out date would be extended, and that date is reflected in the ordinance. So this modification is taking care of some technical issues that frankly are unrelated to the rezoning, but they were taking advantage of this opportunity to address them all.
Councilman Carlson.
I think because the first part of it is legislative, we're not supposed to go through competent substantial evidence as to why we made a certain motion, correct?
With respect to the special magistrate's recommendation, council can approve it or deny it. You don't have to explain why it is a legislative decision. You just know that in making that decision, you're not limited.
Should we not explain why, or we just don't have to?
I defer to council. As a legislative decision, you don't have to cite to competent substantial evidence in either accepting or rejecting the recommendation. If you were to accept the special magistrate's recommendation, then when you approve the ordinance on the rezoning, you can go through that criteria or not. You can just read the title if you wish, because again, tonight is a little different than the remainder of the rezoning hearings on your agenda this evening.
I will ask this before we go any further. If anybody has any more questions, if any council member has any more questions, say it now so we don't have to wait to reopen. Any other further questions? Thank you, council members. What is the pleasure of council?
I'll take a stab at it. And I'll, if I may, Mr. Chair, give some thoughts on this issue. I voted for this the first time. I was one of two council members who voted for this, and what I said originally, and I'll say it again, is it's simplistic, but it's true in these things, which is whenever we have a denial on something,
It's like a stool, and you gotta find legs on it, and I'm gonna say it again. I don't see the legs here to support, as for me in my house, so to speak, a stool of denial from a legal perspective. I get it 110% with regards to the neighborhood. If I lived there, I'd go, what's going on? What's this about, et cetera. But there are certain legal standards that are binding in an issue like this. When I take a look at this, especially where we're at right now, after hearing from the magistrate, this is the last chance we have before this train leaves the station, right? And when it leaves, there's no coming back. By and large, there's no coming back. And when I take a look at the staff reports that are very, very relevant in a case like this, right? If I speak for myself and I don't question anybody else's motives or anything. As for myself, if I was to vote no and tell the neighborhood here, we're going to go forward with this no, in my opinion, I would be writing a political check I can't cash that's going to bounce. It's going to bounce relatively sooner or later. And as for me, in terms of how I see things, I don't like to do that. So if I may, I'm going to move to accept the special magistrate's recommendation. Is that all I have to say in terms of the motion, or?
Well, it's a legislative matter, but if you want, if this is ever.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I have to speak into the microphone. I'm in a very weird position. If you wish to have something on the record, if it would support your position, the standard for legislative matter is it's fairly debatable. It's called a fairly debatable standard if reasonable people can disagree. So as long as there is something that the court can look at, if this is ever challenged within the record, in the course of this hearing, that reasonable people can disagree to support that decision, it should be upheld under that standard.
I'll say it again, finesse it if need be. We have positive staff reports on this that have been discussed and already been put in the record previously during the hearings. We have the magistrate's findings. I'll cite that basically, and those can be moved to amend if I get further support from it. And there you go.
We have a motion by Councilman Vieira. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Ms. Vera, I'm gonna second the motion and see where it goes. I always deal with the neighborhoods and always feel for them. But in the end, I don't think we're gonna win. In the end, I don't think we're going to be able to stand the challenge because the applicant is going to sue and we're going to lose. That's why I asked council in reference to the DRI portion. That concerns me, reading those documents. And and what the magistrate has ruled, we've been down this road before. And this is a hard battle for councilmen when we got a magistrate who's ruled. So I'll give you the second. I don't know where it's going, sir, but I'll give you the second. Yes, Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just so that the record is clear, the magistrate, this is the first part of the 70.51 process, the Fluter process. What's coming to you is a recommendation of the magistrate. It's not a ruling. If, depending on what council does, it would go back to a second part where he would put on a different hat. So I just want to be clear for the record.
He gave the recommendation. Thank you, sir.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Goods. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
No.
Carlson,
No.
Goods,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
Miranda,
No.
Citro.
Yes.
We have motion failed.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's further action that has to be taken.
With
Please.
With Hurtak voting no, Carlson, no. Maniscalco, no. Miranda, no.
Councilman Carlson.
I'll make another motion.
Councilman Carlson, make your motion.
Yeah, I find the opposite of my colleague here. The purpose of the legal department of the city is to defend the legal rights of property owners and the city, and that includes the residents of the city and people who buy property with an expectation of what's already entitled. This property, as told to us by the representatives of the applicant, was rezoned in 2004, and the owner at that time downzoned it. And the current owner bought the property with that downzoning on it. And so, any information or claim that the city is taking something away is completely false, because there is an existing entitlement that was put in. The person that owned it decided to downzone it and asked for that, and the current owner bought it with that. And there's plenty of competent, substantial evidence that's been presented tonight. We can't make decisions based on the threat of litigation. We have to make it based on what's entitled and what's right and what's fair. And that what's fair is that the current owner bought it with the current entitlement that was put in there in 2004. The expectation of entitlement is not an entitlement. And so we have to be fair in looking at these things, but ultimately, because the entitlement is the way it is, I would expect that that there would be a different process that would come back with a different solution. So I would like to make a motion to reject the special magistrate's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson.
And let me speak if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a reduction of parking of 37 spaces. And I understand what the traffic count says, and I also realize that even just recently, we had another one almost like this, but it wasn't a hotel, I admit that, on Cleveland and North Boulevard. It required .004, and they had .002, and I also voted against it for that same reason. And I understand that Millennium says, no, we don't need cars. We don't need anything. I got news for all of us. We don't have a transportation system. That's why everybody needs a car. So it just, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at people going in and out of hotels the same way in a car. They don't walk to a hotel. And if you don't believe me, when you're going down at the convention center, try to cross that street to go to the Marriott Hotel, see what happens. That's all.
We have a motion.
And if I may,
No, go ahead.
Let me do this first. We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay. The reason I'm voting not to accept the recommendations because it is not the same as what we approved. And I don't know. I didn't care for, yeah, that's it.
Councilman Vieira.
And yes, sir, and I want to be clear, and again, everybody has their reasons for et cetera, et cetera. The mere threat of litigation is not relevant. That's what I do for a living in my other job. Litigation is nothing, that's nothing new. But litigation that is very likely going to result in a raw deal for taxpayers in the city, that is something to take seriously. And that's why I vote why I do. It's not easy. Again, as far as I'm concerned, it's not easy, but that's why I take it, just to clarify that. But thank you.
Any further comment? Roll call vote.
Vieira,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goulds,
No.
Citro.
No.
Motion passed with Vieira voting no, Goulds voting no, Citro voting no.
Mr. Shelby, our second is null and void now.
I want to confirm that with the legal department. Ms. Wells?
No action necessary on the second part?
The action now required, no further action is required of council at this point.
Well, no, with rejecting the special magistrate's recommendation, that's it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, Ms. Wells, can you?
Councilman Gooch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us the next process, since it's been rejected?
This would, there's a hearing that can be held by the special magistrate where they will take, it's a factual hearing, so it's different from the mediation we just went through. And the decision at that point is whether or not your decision in May of 2022 unfairly or unreasonably or inordinately burdens the property. So we go back to that. It's not another mediation. We wouldn't be coming back to council with another mediation. It's that type of hearing. And then the special magistrate's recommendation would be presented to city council. But then there's also the separate litigation that I would, that I don't know if they would continue to keep it in a pending status while we go through that second part of the 7051, or if they move forward with that litigation.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, let's take a 5-minute break as we change over people that are going to be coming into the chambers.
Carlson. Viera. Maniscalco. Hurtak.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Miranda. Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Shelby.
Yes, Council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, I know the last public hearing is over, so I'm going to speak in generalities. And please, let's not get into a discussion about it. I just want to remind you that the case, when you do something as, for instance, denying a special magistrate's FLUDRA recommendation, the case is would be still in a litigation posture. This is a very obviously great interest to the public. You may be asked to make comments on it. Please remain mindful of the state of the case and that you please do not comment publicly regarding this matter, which is still pending. Thank you.
Agenda item number 3, file number REZ 22-82.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. The next item for you tonight is REZ 2282 for 6204 Inter Bay Boulevard, requesting to rezone from RS 60 to PD for residential single-family attached, daycare center, strips shopping center, medical office, restaurant, and all CN uses. I'll turn over my presentation to the Planning Commission.
Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the South Tampa Planning District and the Inner Bay south of Gandy neighborhood. The site is also within the MacDill Air Force Base flight path. The closest transit stop is located 0.3 miles west of the subject site, and Skyview Park is the closest recreational facility. The site is within a Level A evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site. The subject site is just west of South MacDill Avenue. It's at the intersection of Inter Bay Boulevard and South 6th Street. The surrounding area is mainly single-family detached residential in character. There is a mix of some multifamily down to the south and some attached single-family, but overall the area is largely single-family detached. There is some commercial uses at the intersection of South MacDill and Inter Bay Boulevard. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is recognized under the residential 10 future land use designation. To the east, you have this green color is the recreational open space future land use designation, the R20 in the brown, and then the community mixed use 35 along South MacDill and the intersection of Inter Bay. So as mentioned, the adopted future land use of the site is residential 10. The residential 10 designation allows for limited neighborhood serving commercial uses if locational criteria is met. Locational criteria is intended to control the location of commercial uses in areas planned for residential development. If a subject site has existing commercial zoning, it is not subject to meeting locational criteria for any new commercial uses. While the daycare currently exists on the subject site, the zoning is RS 60, thus the site must meet locational criteria for any proposed commercial uses. In the R10 designation, the locational criteria states that the block face of a subject site must have 50% commercial zoning. The block face for this portion of Inter Bay Boulevard from South Selborne Avenue to South 6th Street is zoned residential. Planning Commission staff has determined that the locational criteria has not been met. Further, staff finds that the approval of this request would be the first introduction of commercial uses on this segment of Inter Bay Boulevard between South Selborne Avenue and South 6th Street. If approved, it would change the zoning pattern on the block face to 50% commercial zoning, and properties south would then meet locational criteria for any proposed commercial uses. Additionally, the R10 Blue allows for limited townhomes in the land use matrix category, which is supported by LU policy 9.3.5, which encourages limiting single-family attached development to the periphery of a neighborhood. Planning Commission staff advised the applicant that single-family attached uses would likely be supported in the northeast corner of the subject site, since it is adjacent to the residential 20 designation. As proposed, the single-family attached extends throughout the southern portion of the site. While the site does propose internal pedestrian connectivity to the front doors of the units, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it also provides safe pedestrian pathways from Inter Bay Boulevard and the parking lots to the commercial uses on the site. And while it's ultimately inconsistent with the locational criteria, the proposed PD is providing a range of uses near housing and would contribute to a diverse housing options in the South Tampa Planning District. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed PD would be an encroachment of commercial uses in the residential area due to the fact that it does not meet locational criteria and is inconsistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is rezoning to rezone property located at 6204 Inter Bay Boulevard from RS 60 to PD to allow for development of 30 residential single-family attached units, 6,600 square foot daycare center, and 8,400 square feet of strip shopping center to include medical, office, restaurant, and all commercial neighborhood uses. The subject site is approximately 4.3 acres, outlined in red on the aerial map, and is located in the general vicinity of South Himes Avenue and west of South McDill Avenue on the southwest corner of Inter Bay Boulevard and South 6th Street. The site plan submitted identifies 7 buildings on the site with 2 structures indicated on the site plan as building 1 and 2, located on the north end of the site containing the commercial uses, and 5 structures located behind buildings 1 and 2 with residential single-family attached uses. Development Coordination finds the request consistent. However, overall, Development Review and Compliance staff has found the request inconsistent based on transportation, solid waste, and natural resources requirements. There will need to be a modification between first and second reading that is included on the revision sheet regarding the solid waste location, and it'll have to be depicted on the site plan. I will show you an excerpt from the staff report. So this is the dumpster location will have to be changed to this area as well, just to clarify for the record. Shown here is a subject site south of Inter Bay. And the exit on the east end to be improved, as well as some vacant land, as you can see, adjacent, as well as looking west from the subject site to 6th. Again, west of the site, additional property. And farther west, there are some single-family detached homes, as well as some additional single-family detached homes along Inter Bay and Selborne Avenue. That concludes my report. I'm available for any questions. And after Aaron Mayer with Natural Resources will provide a report as well.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Thank you.
All right, good evening, Council. Erin Mayer, Development Coordination. I would like to review some of my comments of which were provided to you in the staff report. I'm going to just point out some of the wooded aspects of the site and what is currently proposed. Natural resources is inconsistent due to the only natural resources waiver on the plan for tree retention, as this is a heavily wooded site. So this site is over 4 acres, as Annie said. And I made this little visual so you can see that there are 165 on-site jurisdictional trees, of which 107 are rated fair or better. And the project is proposing to remove 92 of the trees on site. So all the trees with the red X's are trees that are proposed for removal. With the purple circles, these are all the trees that are proposed to be preserved. There's 15 trees. And in addition to that, of all the trees on the site, there are only 17 which are rated B or better. good condition trees, and I have circled them here in green, so they're easy to see where they're located. The project is requesting, well, first of all, they have preserved both non-hazardous grand trees on site. There are only 2 grand trees on the site. Right here is tree 232. It's a 40-inch live oak. It's rated C5 and worth 25 mitigation trees. And down here is tree number 117, a 35-inch live oak rated C7 worth 21 credits. And both of those trees have been preserved by the applicant. So the project has proposed a waiver of tree retention down to 10% from the required 50% per 27-284-3.1. And if the project were to preserve all 17 of these good condition trees shown in the green, that would still require a waiver, and the waiver would be 30% tree retention, as this is heavily wooded. And I'm just gonna show, this is a photo from the center of the site looking north towards Inner Bay. As you can see, it is very heavily wooded. There are 80% of the trees are live oaks on the site. And that said, I just would, if the project were to require additional trees to be preserved, this would require a reduction in the number of units on the site and potentially an alternate placement of the daycare, as there are many good condition trees shown there. I'm just gonna show a couple of these good condition trees. So this, and I'll show here on the plan, this is tree 41. It's located right where the daycare is proposed to be. And this is tree 41 here. Guess it doesn't. But it's a 31-inch live oak. It is a B-rated tree. And here we'll go back, and tree 122 right here is a 29-inch live oak, also B-rated. And this is that tree right here. And it's close to the eastern property line. So if it is council's pleasure to support this project in its current form, 221 type 1 trees are required for mitigation. However, the applicant has worked with Natural Resources to provide, where possible, 4-inch caliper trees on site. Required green space is 27,619 square feet, and the applicant is providing 74,157 square feet. Has preserved all grand trees on site and provided the full protective radii for off-site trees, like this grand tree and any other off-site trees. And I do just want to reiterate, if all the good condition trees were to be preserved, it still would require a 30% tree retention waiver, as this is a very heavily wooded site, and any development would require significant tree removal. That's it, and if you have any questions for me?
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Mechanic. My office is at 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I would like to introduce the development team and our consultants. With me are David Schur, Jennifer Schur, and Jared Bray of Schur Investments. And also with me is Omar Garcia with Urban Core Holdings. I have with me, and who will speak in a few moments, Ricky Pederica, who is our arborist, and I will ask him to briefly describe his qualifications for this position. And Ricky will address the tree issues in detail in just a few minutes. At this point, I would like to ask the clerk to recognize Amber Tomasello, our engineer, who is registered virtually, so that we can put up the site plan on the overhead. If you're able to do that, I'd appreciate it.
Amber, Mr. Tomasello, are you going to be giving any type of testimony at this time?
Not at this time. I'll just be sharing my screen.
All right, and I'm going to ask, has everybody been sworn in on the second
Yes,
floor? I see a head shaking, no, I see, at this
haven't-
time, would everybody who's going to be giving any type of testimony, including Ms. Tomasello, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like Mr. Schur to come and give you an overview of the project. Thank you.
Thanks, David. My name is David Schur, 503 Erie Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33606. Tampa City Council members and staff, thank you for taking the time to consider our request for the planned development of our Interbay Commons community. The sponsors of the project are SSG Commercial, which is represented by myself, Jennifer and Jared Bray. Our company mainly develops neighborhood centers and urban infill. It's local and it's been around since the 1970s. Our partner sponsor is Urban Core, represented by Omar Garcia and Gil Simoes, and they've been around a long time too. They're a local company and they develop mainly residential, so residential, commercial. I initially brought this parcel under contract to potentially relocate the JCC, Jewish Community Center School, from Bayshore, where they will be displaced in 2024 by a related project that is going to share the site with the Rodef Shalom Synagogue. We are in serious discussions with the JCC for them to relocate to the site if economics allow. We do have other preschools interested in the site as a backup, but we are in serious negotiations with the JCC. A preschool in this location, which there already is, will create replacement employment for a number of the staff at Circle C. Sally Harris, the current owner, has written a letter of support for the project and is present here in person today. And I'd like to call on Omar Garcia to say a few words. Omar? Omar Garcia, 1041 Royal Pass. Tampa City Council members, thank you for taking the time to consider this request for our planned development for our Interbay Commons property. It's a mixed-use property for South Tampa. When we first discussed developing the concept of the existing Circle C daycare property, we wanted to make sure that we had community buy-in. Since then, we have had over 10 community meetings, some of them virtual, some of them on site, some with neighborhood associations and conservation groups, like the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group that's here, and we've even met with neighbors in person and in their homes. We have gone out of our way to make sure that we got community involved. The key messages that we heard from those meetings were they wanted another daycare to replace Circle C. That is why this plan includes a new daycare for the community, in addition to continued employment opportunities for the long-serving Circle C staff members. The community also wanted more walkable retail options in this area. This plan includes walkable retail options and constructions of sidewalks. We're also proposing a pedestrian crosswalk with 2 speed tables on Interbay to increase both the safety of those walking to the community and the residents that live on Interbay wanting to walk to the adjacent Skyview Park. Tree advocates wanted to maintain the existing trees. We worked with one of the most respected arborists in Tampa to help us best focus our preservation efforts. I'm happy to report that our plan preserves all the grand oaks on the site. In addition, our plan's proactive landscape design will actually increase the total number of trees from the current 165 on site to 183. This is 18 more trees that are currently on site. This project will also have more and healthier trees that is currently there. And our arborist will speak to more about the condition of the current trees. We also heard from the community does not want multifamily properties to rent. They want properties that residents can buy, increasing long-term vested members to the community. This plan includes the construction of a new walkable neighborhood that is within reach of those already in the neighborhood and those serving at MacDill Air Force Base. Townhouses are the most efficient ways to lower costs of construction and encourage a more community feel than simply single-family home parcels. We also heard the community wanted to have connectivity to the adjacent park and improvements to the existing park. We hope to connect our development to Skyview Park with a pedestrian gate that will increase the park's usage by the community, which is adjacent to the property. And they also told us that flooding is an issue in South Tampa, and they wanted to make sure that this community did not add to the problem. Our architects, civil engineers worked with the City of Tampa staff to ensure adequate on-site water retention. Although we may not have every single person's buy-in on the design, I will certainly tell you that based on our individual discussions with the community, the issues addressed above were their main concerns to us. The plan adds more housing for purchase, increases walkability, preserves much-needed child care resources, addresses stormwater concerns while adding healthy trees and preserving our precious Grand Oaks. If this plan is not approved and future land use for single-family home remains, I'm sure a tract builder will be happy to simply build single-family homes, no rezoning required. I believe that is not what the community wants. We respectfully request your approval of our PD application for Interbay Commons. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Thank you, David Mechanic. At this time, I'd like to ask our arborist, Ricky Pederica, to address the tree waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue. I'm a board-certified master arborist, registered consulting arborist, professional landscape architect, certified planner, but I'm practicing in arboriculture and landscape architecture since 2009. When I conducted my site review February 2022, I thought the overall condition of the trees on the site, or forest health, was generally worse than I had expected. The oaks seem to have more systemic health issues across the population, such as crown thinning, low live crown ratio, which is how much trunk to leaves there are, and a small leaf size. This observation shook out in my inventory metrics, where I found that 11% of the on-site trees were good or better. Compare that with 75% is the city average of good or better trees in a typical park-like setting, according to the 2016 City of Tampa Canopy Study. The forest health on-site was below average for a park-like setting. The declining forest health was so peculiar that I asked another arborist to conduct soil tests. The test revealed the site was critically deficient in 2 macro elements and that the lower pH, or the pH was lower than expected. The most abundant trees on site are live oaks, making up 81% of the population, and the majority of the declining trees were smaller, more compactly grouped oaks. Due to this overabundance of one species, overall forest health, and request from a concerned member of the public, I tried to respond to this forest condition with an ecological appropriate mitigation plan to plant a resilient urban forest in the built condition that does not exist in the unbuilt condition. So I offer that the Land Development Code is not yet tuned to all the urban forest management goals, such as diversity and resilience, specifically to trees. So while we need relief from the retention percentage for a site that's densely wooded with trees in fair or worse condition, we can still promote diversity and improve forest health with a careful, considered landscape plan.
Thank you, Rick. David Mechanic, again for the record. I will speak quickly because I'm rapidly running out of time. I'd like to address the other waivers that we've requested. And I want to say overall, these waivers are extremely minor. We are asking to relocate a monument sign to the interior of the site, and this is actually caused because we are trying to avoid an impact to one of the preserved trees on the site. We are asking for a small increase in one pylon sign and to replace 2 directional signs with 1 slightly larger directional sign. And this sign waivers are requested because we have 3 different uses on the site, so there's a lot of demand for signage space, but we have not asked for a significant increase. We are asking for a waiver to allow for one loading space with a reduced size of that loading space. Is a very common waiver that council has granted in the past. We are asking for a waiver to allow for commercial traffic to access a local street. You have a pending code amendment which would eliminate this requirement and eliminate the need for this particular waiver. And I believe that is, along with the minor parking waiver, the rationale for the Transportation Department's finding of inconsistency. And with that, I will speak to the parking waiver. The waiver is only a reduction of 1.4%. So as you can see, it's a very minor request. And all of these waivers are due to the fact that code requirements put a lot of demands on usage of a piece of property. And so something has to give in the balance. And in this particular case, we have excess green space and meet other requirements which therefore necessitated some of these waivers. I'd like to conclude my remarks by addressing the commercial locational criteria. The staff report would lead you to indicate or believe that the commercial locational criteria are mandatory, but these are merely criteria that you consider among all the various other factors that you consider in whether or not to approve or not approve a rezoning application. So it is totally within the purview of City Council to decide whether it's appropriate to allow this commercial use on the property. And I would point out that the daycare, it's been sort of referred to as a commercial use. Daycare is not a commercial use. Only the shopping center on the other side of the property is a commercial use. And I would just like to point out, to remind you of what Mr. Garcia just said, the commercial was added at the request of the neighborhood in all of the meetings that the developers have had with the neighborhood. So with that, I'll conclude our presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this agenda item number 3, file number REZ 22-82?
That's so small you can't really read it. Never mind. Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. He's correct. They did the right thing. They reached out to the community. They met with us. They talked to us, and I applaud them for that. That is what we need to do. That is how we make projects better. But even if they make it better, that doesn't mean that everybody is on board or we come to a complete agreement on things. As a lot of the SOG people have told you over and over again, we're not actually against development in South Tampa. We just feel like we cannot handle more residential because of our unique geography. Commercial, on the other hand, everybody wants commercial. We want amenities. So that part of it is good. The problem is what you see so much of the time is that they try to do just too much, just a little too much, a lot too much, but just too much. And that's what I feel we have a situation here now. If they eliminated 1 or 2 or 3 units, I don't know how many, or maybe they made some of the units smaller, which would make them more affordable, you could save more of these trees. He talked about the grand oaks, and yes, there are 2 grand oaks, and they are saving them. But there's 6 other oak trees that are this close to being grand oaks. They're 31 inches, 30 inches, and half of them are B-rated. These are good, healthy trees. My family grows trees. They've done it for generations. I know about trees. They say we're putting more trees on, but baby trees aren't the same as adult trees. These full-grown trees, what they do for flooding is amazing. They keep hundreds and hundreds of gallons of water. They contain it in their leaves and their branches, which mitigates the flooding. When we're cruising our land and we see some flooding in the wintertime, because it's in an area that's colder than here, the foresters say, don't worry, don't worry. As soon as the trees wake up, they suck it right up. You know, the other thing I see is when we clear cut one of the stands, we plant 600 trees per acre, 600. We have flooding. When those trees are mature, when they're time to harvest them, we've only got 1 to 150 trees per acre. We don't have flooding. Baby trees are not the same as grown trees, and there is nothing in the world more valuable than time. Nothing is more valuable than time. And when you take 30-inch, 29-inch, 28-inch graded B-rated trees, and you cut them down and you replace them with a 4-inch tree, you have wasted time, because it's going to take them 80 years, 60 years, whatever. The staff has recommended that they try to save some of the B-rated trees, some of the C-rated trees, some of the clumps. She can tell you which ones. She can work with them and say, what about this one? I would just like to see some kind of effort made to save more of the trees, because this is what we need. This is something that can't be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a speaker's waiver form. Okay.
How many names are on there, ma'am? Just one, okay. Thank you. Ms. Jackson has one name, Claire Haney.
Yes.
Thank you. 1 extra minute, total of 4, please.
Okay, I'm just going to put some pictures here of the property in question for you to see while I speak. Okay. Hi, my name is Pamela Jackson. I am here as a concerned citizen of South Tampa and as a member of Tampa's Tree Advocacy Group to ask you to oppose this rezoning to planned development. The Circle C property is officially considered a wooded site. This property is unique in that it's a relatively untouched 4.5 acres. It's a gem. It's gorgeous in large part because of its trees, an extremely rare find in South Tampa. Tree ordinances are in place for a reason, and the Natural Resources Department finds the rezoning site plan inconsistent for a reason. To discount their professional opinion would be a shame. The preservation requirements in Tampa's code state that 50% of the trees on this property should remain. As you heard earlier, this property has 166 total trees. At least 107 of them are rated A, B, or C, and out of that 107, the developer is sadly planning on saving only 15. The professionals at the Hillsborough County Planning Commission also do not support the rezoning. Here are just 2 of the reasons why. LU Policy 9.2.6 encourages attached single-family uses to be designed to include orientation of the front door to a neighborhood sidewalk and street. And the staff also determined that the planned development does not meet locational criteria because of the block face requirement to be 50% commercial. The block face between South 6th Street and South Selborne Avenue is zoned residential. As shown in your file, the residents of Inner Bay Boulevard are worried about the additional traffic this planned development would bring. What's going to happen to their property values? At the very least, the parking for this proposed strip mall and daycare should be in the back to help ease the traffic nightmare for the residents of Inner Bay Boulevard. And this planned strip mall is perplexing to me. It would have a coffee shop, a restaurant, a medical office, and a nail salon. Just over 1,000 feet away, a 4-minute walk, is a strip mall located appropriately at the intersection of McDill and Inner Bay that has the same businesses as this new proposed strip mall. With all due respect to those businesses, strip malls lose their shine over time, and that one is no exception. If this zoning is granted, the council is opening a can of worms by allowing this commercial encroachment on a residential neighborhood. As you know, the law states that in order to change this to planned development,
There must be a unique condition or situation which other zoning districts cannot accommodate, including, but specifically not limited to, unusual physical or environmental features. How would that apply to this tree-covered piece of property? I would say rather clearly it does just the opposite. My great wish is for the city to strongly consider this piece of property as a natural extension of the beautiful Skyview Park that is directly connected to the east. Hillsborough County Environmental Lands Management also agrees and said it would, quote, work well as an addition to Skyview Park to the east, but that would be a decision for the city of Tampa since they are the governing body for that area, end quote. 90% of the trees could be saved for a park, and most likely pruned, fertilized, cared for, and rehabbed back to what they need to be. Would the city be willing to confer with the seller about the possibility? Other parks in the area are already overcrowded. It's extremely difficult to reserve a picnic pavilion at the nearby parks, and yet we have more and more new housing popping up everywhere on McDill, north and south of Gandy. Won't you please slow this down to allow the different departments within the city to communicate with each other and make certain we don't waste this golden opportunity? Please deny the rezoning to planned development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Pam said the park word. We're gonna build a park. It's expensive land, we're gonna build a park on it? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? People are gonna play there? Maybe we can put trees on this park with the mythical mitigation fund that has millions of dollars in it, and we're looking for places to plant trees. Maybe we could do that. You know, maybe we could do that at Circle C. If this was a movie, this room would be filled with all the people who rode horses at the Circle C Ranch, right? They'd be like, you know, it'd be packed. And then somebody on the board also rode horses at the Circle C Ranch. And he talked to his council men and women, and they said, let's save Circle C. Well, this isn't a movie. And you can't save dreams, and I can't even save trees sometimes, and they do a lot for this community by sucking water up and saving us from global warming and all the things that we need. So I can't defend dreams, but I can defend these trees, and I'm going to give you reasons why. You just went through a marathon meeting about a hotel that might actually sort of kind of work there. You know, it's like, oh, really a matter of opinion, and some people. This thing doesn't fit at all. This is just blacktop going down. Nobody's trying to wind through the trees. Oh, they're dead, they're B's, they're C's, you know. When I had my heart condition, I hope nobody thought of me as a C, and I thought they could bring me back to a B pretty quick, and they did, thank God. There are B's and C's in that property that need to be pruned and fixed, and maybe the applicant's arborist might not think so, surprisingly, but it can happen, right? You can go in and you can actually get these trees back to snuff. I'm not asking for people to say no to these guys putting, you know, apartments or condos, you know. We talk all the time about low-cost housing, and is that just, you know, we're just talking? You know, we're gonna build condos there that are gonna go through 300 grand a pop, and they're gonna make a lot of money, and everybody's gonna make a lot of money, and all the working class people who couldn't come to this meeting because they have to get up tomorrow to go to work, they're just gonna sit in their houses, and they're gonna watch all these people pull out of their expensive condos, and they're gonna say, well, you know, there goes some more trees, right? There goes some more trees. You know, we don't do parks in Tampa. I went to Burnett Springs out in Lakeland. That's an amazing, if you haven't been there, you should go. It's all, that, you know, we're real good, they're real good at taking blighted land and turning into parks, but we take really nice places and blight them. We take really beautiful places with the trees, cut them down, and let's go ahead and put up another condo and another strip mall. Let's go ahead and do that. But I'm a reasonable man. They're coming here to look for 10%. They're looking to save 10% of these trees when we are, you know, it says you got to save 50. You got to save 50. No, we don't want to save 50. We got a big old grand on the one side. We got a big old grand over there, and we might save them. Yeah, we did save them, right? Well, no. Let's save 2 grands, 13 protected, and 46 A, B, or C trees. And go ahead and build your condos. Save 50%. And then, let's go ahead and mitigate with some really beautiful trees that'll grow up to be fantastic trees, because we're not gonna turn this into a park. You're not gonna buy this from these guys. We won't as a city, we won't do it. We should start thinking about micro parks. That's something that would have some staying power. Nobody's gonna remember these condos when they turn into 30-year condos in 30 years, but they'd remember a micro park. They'd remember the trees that we planted them in, and they would, this is a crime that this Circle C Ranch is going away and this piece of property is going around. It is a unique place of trees that will never, ever be back. It'll never, ever be back, and we're just gonna let them take it away. And I hope you don't. Thank you.
We all know who you are, but would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Bob Whitmore. I'm
Thank
the
you.
Executive Director of City Tree.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Shanique, and I currently reside in 220 East Madison here in downtown Tampa. I chose to attend tonight to speak in support of the project because as a renter in downtown Tampa, I believe that there is a severe problem in the housing market in the area. Not only do I live in the area, but I also happen to be part of the workforce that has to wake up tomorrow morning to go to work. I am a healthcare worker in a clinic in South Tampa, and coincidentally today I was speaking with a coworker about how difficult it is and it has been to find affordable housing close to our office. I am lucky enough to reside in the community that I do, but most of my coworkers commute upwards of 35 minutes just to get to work on time. That is without traffic. Looking for affordable places to live has been a nightmare not only for me, but for most of my friends and colleagues in the Tampa Bay area. Most of us, including myself, hope to eventually buy our homes, and we are currently forced to rent, all while competing with the fast increasing prices in the area. This project would give people like us the chance to not only decrease our commute significantly, but to be able to enjoy all that the city that we spend most of our time in has to offer. The multifamily project is in a walkable community is not only a desire, but a necessity. I humbly and respectfully request that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Ramirez, and I currently live at 808 North Franklin Street here in downtown Tampa. For 23 years, I have been a local to south of Gandy. I am an alumni from Robinson High School, Madison Middle School, and Ballast Point Elementary School. I have seen south of Gandy go through many phases throughout my life, and the mass majority of these changes have been for the greater good of the community. With the many changes that have come, cost of living has risen. With the influx of new arrivals to the area and minimal current residencies South Tampa does have to offer, finding a place to live is very difficult. It is actually the reason why I had left. After living in the downtown area for the last 4 years, I have grown into loving the urban lifestyle that's within walking distance from my home. Walking to areas such as the Riverwalk reminds me of being home south of Gandy at Ballast Point and Picnic Island. I believe in support in the Interbay Commons project because adding more houses for purchase that's affordable would make locals like myself move back home. I respectfully request that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Hillis, and I currently reside at 808 North Franklin Street. I believe that Tampa is in a housing crisis. There's just simply more demand moving there than supply. I've been looking to purchase my own home here the last several years, but unfortunately prices in South Tampa have skyrocketed. Yet I continue to see multifamily properties being built. Being property management myself, this is what I do sole focus on. We just need more supply of homes to purchase. What I like most about the Interbay Commons project is that it is a multi-use. I also like the fact that I could walk to and from a market, nearby restaurants, etc. As I do not own a vehicle, this would be the perfect type of property that I would be looking for and myself interested in purchasing. I just believe there's a huge demand for this type of multi-use property, especially in this area. I support this project and humbly ask that you guys approve this project and others like this, not only through South Tampa, but in the Tampa Bay area. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Johnny McCray, and I am an Air Force veteran that served our great nation at MacDill Air Force Base. Evidence overwhelmingly shows that this fine city has a very serious housing crisis. And This is not a housing crisis for poor people, nor is it a housing crisis for a particular demographic. It is a housing crisis for everybody, and that includes dedicated men and women in uniform that are serving this great nation via their Tampa military base assignment. Desperately needed in South Tampa, I knew of many military members that reside as far away as Orlando because housing was more affordable. Having served for 2 decades, I would really like for everyone to know that having military members reside as close as possible to their base of assignment is as crucial to military readiness as high-quality training. Military bases offers a lot of support to military members, chaplains, counselors, financial help. All of these things are on base. And for an armed force member, the great thing about living near a military base is having immediate and close access to all of these benefits. Demand for housing is greater than supply, and that number will continue to rise unless a change occurs. I support the InterBase Commons project because it will provide affordable housing in South Tampa, and it is a part of the change that is needed to address the housing shortage problem in Tampa. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, hello, I'm Sally Harris. I reside at 4504 South Ferncroft Circle, Tampa, Florida. And I am the owner of Circle C Ranch. 41 years the owner of Circle C Ranch. And yes, we do have some trees that are ready to fall down, but we have some beautiful, beautiful trees. Circle C has been an icon in the community for a long time. During that time, I've had probably 100 offers to buy Circle C. Many of them I wouldn't even talk to, some of them I hung up on, but I ended up working diligently with about 9 of them. City of Tampa was also one of those interested. Publix Supermarket was also one of those interested. I can go on to name all the housing developers that wanted it. During COVID, I was asked by the base to stay open so that they could go to work at Sitcom. So just myself and a skeleton crew took care of the kids so that we could do that during COVID. What I realized is Circle C has become very critical to the community and that area because there are not that many child care centers in that area. So when David came and approached me about his idea of having it, I have to back step that a minute. During COVID, the JCC used our facilities for their youth department on Sundays and was able to realize the quality of what that land was value and how it was. We really loved what they did. So through that, I met David, and David said, Sally, I want to bring the JCC Child Care Center here. I want to have a little bit of retail and also build a community. And I thought that was the best of all of it. I recently got married. I'm 73. I want to retire. And my children, grown children, don't want to run Circle C. So when I leave, the horses leave because it was grandfathered in with me. So the only thing it can be is either a child care center or a development. So I think this project was the best of both worlds. It does it all. It lets the McDills still have the child care. It lets the trees stay in most cases, and the ones he's going to put back are awesome. And I think it's a great project. So I strongly support this so that I can retire.
Do we have anyone online?
Yes, Jack Ross here. I have not been sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for hearing this very important project. I'm Jack Ross, Chief Impact Officer for the Tampa JCCs and Federation, 522 North Howard Avenue, Tampa 33606. I am speaking in support of InterBay Commons. You've heard from both David Scher and from Sally that We will soon be displaced after over 2 decades of providing premier early childhood education at Road of Shalom property. We will be displaced as part of the natural growth of the area, but we fully intend to continue to service the South Tampa families with premier early childhood education, and have been in serious discussions with the Sure Development Group regarding child licensing and other aspects. By way of full disclosure, we are looking at other sites, and everything will depend on cost, of course, and timelines. There's a lot involved with registration, et cetera, but we at the JCC and Federation are in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online?
No, Chair, that concludes the public comment section.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There were a few comments regarding affordable housing. There is not a note on the site plan or any formal agreement regarding affordable housing, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions? Rebuttal, Mr. Mechanic.
Mr. Chairman, council members, David Mechanic again for the record. I will be brief, but I would like to respond to a couple of comments. I mean, you've heard from Ms. Harris. I needn't remind City Council that you can't declare somebody's privately owned land as a park, and while that might be a nice thing for the city to consider doing, she is entitled to reasonable use of her property and entitled to sell that property for someone else to make reasonable use of that property. And with all due respect, I think that is the primary consideration for City Council this evening. I would like to ask Mr. Pederica to just comment a little bit more on the tree waiver, and we'll be brief.
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, Dark Moss.
Muted.
Apologize, this isn't as clear as I'd like, but I just want to go through. Again, this is a graphic staff showed you of the trees, which the B-rated trees, which staff discussed, are these green dots here, here, here. The excellent trees are these darker green dots, but they're usually just cabbage palms, or not just, are cabbage palms. One of the challenges with preserving these good trees, as staff mentioned, is they fall in many times directly in proposed buildings. So preservation of one tree in many cases results in the loss of 2 units. I did an analysis. If we attempted to provide the 50%.
Unmuted.
Then it would result in a loss of 13 townhomes or a building, a commercial building, or some combination thereof, which is roughly half the entitlements we're proposing. And that's so based on that level of impact to the request, we're respectfully requesting the relief from the 50%. There's no consideration given in the code currently for the fact that there's a lower retention percentage required for the commercial portion, 25%. All single-family style units in the city from the base to K-Bar Ranch are subject to this 50% provision independent of their density. So with that nuance, I request your consideration for this waiver request.
Thank you, Ricky. David Mechanic. We will wrap up. Mr. Garcia will speak for just a moment. I would just like to respond to Mrs. Barnes' comment. We had never suggested that this is an affordable housing project, but we all know that increasing housing inventory tends to bring the values down or make housing available for a larger group of people, which is to the benefit, because right now there is a shortage. So in any case, we did not propose to suggest in any way that the project is for affordable housing. And I would just ask Mr. Garcia to wrap up our presentation.
Just very quickly, one of our target markets for this clearly is MacDill Air Force Base service members. As some of the comments were made, the daycare and the lack of affordable housing is a big issue for service members in MacDill Air Force Base. So we just think it's a great project, good fit in the area. Also has a potential of decreasing traffic as these commutes go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Councilman Miranda?
Thank you, Chairman. I wonder if the petitioners ever thought about, instead of replacing 2-inch trees, replace it with 4-inch trees.
Ricky Pederica, we have discussed that with staff and agreed to increase the tree canopy or the caliper size.
And how many trees would you be planting then? How many, what's the calculation for how many 4-inch trees we're gonna have to plant?
With what we discussed with staff, as many that will accommodate type 1 or 2 trees.
With that, I'm sorry.
So it's not a certain number yet, but it's on the line. We're at 100 trees approximately. Because it's based on the final site plan design, Councilman.
Would that be inch per inch?
Tree per tree, I guess, in that. So we generated 220 or 230 total inches, 230 total trees as part of the mitigation requirements generated from the current site. We're proposing approximately 180 back. 100 of them approximately will be twice the size, resulting in double the tree credit. Council.
Mr. Shelby.
And Mr. Miranda, maybe you want to inquire of staff, because this might look like it might change the tree table, or does it? Does it affect site plan, or in terms of replacements? How would that be notated? Is my question.
The Aaron Mayor Development Coordination, they do have a note under natural resources already on the site plan stating that all type 1 replacement trees shall be a minimum of 4-inch caliper.
I didn't even know that.
That's just the type 1 trees, and that's due to availability in nurseries. And so wherever possible, they were gonna do 4-inch caliper.
Councilman Goods.
Well, Mr. Miranda asked that question, so I was wondering about these bee trees, but we got that answered. Mr. Mechanic, you said not affordable. Mr. Garcia says affordable, so I'm getting kind of confused. Is it affordable housing or is it not? It's just housing.
It's not affordable in the legal definition of that word, and we never intended to convey that to the city council.
Councilman Carlson.
I want to ask a question of Ricky, please, Mr. Pederica. So the public's, the public, in public comment, they requested that we, that someone try to bring these failing trees back to good health. So part A, is that possible? What would it take to do that? Part B is you're bringing, you said a diversity of trees, but there still is that maybe pH problem. So how will that affect those trees that you're going to put in, and also the grand oaks that you're saving?
Sure. Council, part 1, yes, there is a potential to improve the health of preserved trees, and we will need to, because we are preserving some in this case, or in a case where there may be a different site plan. The steps that I started taking, which was a soil test, are beginning to start that process. So we've identified nutrients that could be, that need to be included in a fertilization spec, and we identified a maybe not too low, but lower than I expected pH. Any development proposed would likely increase the pH anyways, because we'd be incorporating concrete, and that would raise the pH. So that would address the proposed trees being more acclimated to a less acid soil. It'd still probably be somewhat acid, but within a tolerable range. So I can't speak to exactly what that will be without going through a fertilization specification, but we're going in the right direction. We're not already too alkaline, and we won't be able to bring that down. That would be a more challenging scenario.
And then a question of Mr. Mechanic, please. Question of Mr. Mechanic, please. Mr. Mechanic. Mr. Mechanic.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Harris testified that she was grandfathered into having horse stables there. Can you just tell us a little bit about what that means?
I'm sorry, I can't really speak to that because I haven't represented her.
Okay,
I'm representing the developer group, although it is commonly understood that if you establish a use that is legal at the time and the code changes so that it no longer allows horses to be on the property, you would be grandfathered in, but I can't speak to the particulars there.
Can somebody from legal maybe just confirm that it's not possible to keep it as in the current?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So I'm unaware a formal decision would have to be done and additional research would have to be provided, establishing that use is legal, non-conforming. So I'm unaware if it's legal conforming or non-conforming.
Okay, thank you.
Have a motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. What's the pleasure, council? Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to read the ordinance here. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 6204 Interbay Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, to PD plan development, residential single family attached, daycare center, strip shopping center, including CN uses, medical office and restaurant, providing an effective date. Also, I find that in compliance with applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, specifically, although the proposed rezoning would be an encroachment of commercial uses in a residential area due to the fact that it does not meet locational criteria, the proposed PD does provide a range of uses near housing and would contribute to the diverse housing options in the South Tampa Planning District in accordance with land use policies 1.1.8 and 1.2.8. Also, compliance with Land Development Code Section 27-136. Proposed development as shown on the site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed uses promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. Also, regarding any waivers, compliance with 27-139.4. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers. That is my motion.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Any comment? I'm going to go with Councilwoman Hurtak.
Overall, I think the project is incredibly cool, but 10% of trees just gets me, and I don't know why we couldn't just have fewer townhomes and save just a few more trees. It seems like they're pretty shoehorned on the lot, so there was room for space. This is a difficult one, but I can't support 10%. I just can't do it.
Councilman Carlson.
I'm not happy about the trees either. The situation with this, though, is that based on the testimony we got anyway, it can't stay as it is. The city has no money to buy parks, unfortunately. I wish we did, but I presume that the city refused to or couldn't afford to buy it. There's an owner who is looking to plant a diversity of trees and try to save what trees they can, including the grand oaks, and also bring a school there that's needed by McDill. It could go to a developer who just builds housing and didn't build a school. And so there are things I'm not happy about it with, but on net, it could be a lot worse also, and I'd rather approve something that's, instead of getting something worse back.
Any other comments? Let's have a roll call vote.
Is there a second?
Yes, Councilman Vieira. Let's have a roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 19th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 4, file number REZ 22-75.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. The next case before you is REZ 2275. The request is to rezone from RM24 and PD to PD for an emergency shelter facility, commercial off-street parking, and business professional office. I'm going to turn over the presentation to the planning commission.
Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. The subject site is within the Central Tampa Planning District, the Tampa Heights neighborhood, and the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest transit stop is adjacent to the subject site, and the site is not within an evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site. It's bound by 7th Avenue, North Florida Avenue, Henderson, and North Morgan Street. The surrounding area is a mixture of commercial uses with some multifamily. You can see the multifamily development over here. There's some single-family attached development down here, but almost everything on the other west of Morgan Street is commercial in character, aside probably from the Baptist Tower up here. Here is the adopted future land use. The site has two future land use designations. And the red is the community commercial 35. And then this dark brown color is the residential 83 future land use designation. That's a high intensity, density, multifamily category that you see a lot of the high rises in Bayshore in. So this request is a little bit of a long-winded one for the Planning Commission finding on this. The business professional office and emergency shelter that were approved previously on this rezoning, were approved previously on the site through PD in 2019. And Planning Commission's finding for that was inconsistent due to the fact that emergency shelter is defined in section 27-43 definitions of the Land Development Code, but it is not listed as a use in table 4-1. The comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of planned development zoning districts. PDs can be utilized to reflect the standard of development that differs from standard Euclidean districts. However, since the use on the PD emergency shelter is not listed on the land use table or on the table 4-1, there is no direction on which zoning districts or underlying future land use designations this use belongs to. Since the proposed rezoning still has emergency shelter listed on the site plan, Planning Commission staff has found that the inconsistency still applies. While the proposed use of an emergency shelter is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, the proposed parking lot can be considered within the residential 83 future land use designation and the residential and the RM24 zone portion of the subject site. The Land Development Code allows for consideration of off-street parking for commercial uses in the RM24 zoning district with approval of a rezoning. The proposed PD is also eligible to utilize LU Policy 5.1.6, which allows the applicant to spread the allowable uses across the entire site with the approval of PD zoning. And parking lots are allowed in the Community Commercial 35 future land use designation. The PD proposes removing existing driveway aprons on the site that currently interface the multifamily development and the designated R83 future land use designation on North Morgan Street. Instead, the vehicular access will be from East Henderson Avenue, interfacing parcels that are designated Community Commercial 35. This is consistent with the policy direction in the comprehensive plan, which encourages minimal curb cuts to minimize the negative impacts to non-residential development on adjacent residential uses. The PD is also not requesting any waivers to buffer or screening, and the applicant is providing the appropriate vehicle use buffering adjacent to the right-of-ways in the proposed parking lot. Overall, the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan due to the use on the site plan that is not listed in Table 4-1 of the Land Development Code. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions? I have a couple. Please and thank you. I see here that this is the applicant of the Salvation Army. When I think of emergency shelters, I think of shelters during hurricanes. Is that the type of emergency shelters that this is?
My understanding is no, that is not the type of emergency shelter that this is.
Well, I'm just going by the name Salvation Army. Is this a rehabilitation? Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this. I'll ask the next question. I believe we have seen this property or adjacent properties before.
Yes, sir. You saw it in 2019 for REZ 1924.
What waivers were asked of before? Do you know?
I'm not able to answer.
I'll ask the applicant.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So there were previously approved waivers that through REZ 1924. And it's listed on the first page of the site plan, or I'm sorry, the staff report. It was to reduce the number of parking spaces, to allow local street direct access rather than an arterial collector, allow loading to occur more than one continuous maneuver, and to reduce the VUA along the north. And then I'm gonna go into my presentation.
Please.
And then, okay. So again, REZ 2275 is to request a rezone from RM24 and PD to PD for emergency shelter facility, commercial off-street parking, and business professional office. The property has the current use of an emergency shelter and business professional office, which is approved in December 2019. This new proposed PD is to add add land to the east at Henderson Avenue for additional commercial parking. The site is approximately 1.6 acres, and 48 parking spaces are required, and now 69 parking spaces are provided. Properties to the north have business professional office uses. They're zoned PD, CI, and RM24. To the east is multifamily, residential multifamily. And properties to the south include a parking lot, a school, and an office. And properties to the west are developed with a warehouse and parking lot. I'm going to show the subject property overhead, just north of East Henderson. Shown here is the subject site looking north from East Henderson. Subject site further along East Henderson. And along this subject site along North Morgan. Facing east along East Henderson. So you can see surrounding properties. And then northwest of the subject site, additional commercial uses. And west of the site at the intersection of North Florida Avenue and East Henderson Avenue. Development and review compliance staff has found the request consistent. No additional waivers are being requested. It's just to add the property to the east. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Good evening, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive, for the record. I'll be pretty brief with this. I think it's pretty straightforward. The property is located at the northeast corner of Florida and Henderson, as Annie already went over. Just over an acre and a half. It's consisted of 3 different parcels, as you can see, almost an entire city block. A little bit of background on this application. I know we mentioned the prior rezoning. So all of the land that's highlighted in yellow, which is actually a single parcel that Salvation Army owns, that was rezoned back in 2019 under REZ 1924. That was a proposal from CIA 24-2 PD that did allow for that emergency shelter facility that Sam referenced earlier, as well as BPO uses. So our proposed application today, as Annie mentioned, is merely adding 2 residential parcels, the ones in the shown shaded in red, adding those to the existing PD. And the reason for this, because our client has come under ownership of the parcel shown shaded in blue, the old Holtzinger building. That is an older building, and we want to do an adaptive reuse there and keep that in its existing configuration. And right now, the site is severely underparked, and I'll go into a little bit more detail. Commercial requesting any waivers or changes to what.
Sorry.
Printouts too, if we want to.
I'm afraid that you'll be seeing it on